County Commissioners to order. Commissioner Benson and myself are joining remotely today. We will have a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by myself. Please rise. I pledge of allegiance to the flag, the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you all. Madam County Manager, are there any changes or additions to the agenda this evening? Okay, wonderful. Commissioners, do you have any changes? Oh, yes, County Manager.
Thank you so much. And for changes for today, we have both changes and late adds. For 3A, Fleet and Facilities Management, emergency procurement for Ponderosa Place be added to the agenda as item 10C. For suspension of the rules, item 8C is emergency communications resolution recognizing public safety telecommunicators as first responders. Staff is requesting suspension of the rules to adopt this item and introduction so that we can send the support resolution to the state legislature while they're in session. And this item will be moved to adoption of resolution as item 8C. Item 9B, County Sheriff, DPS Law Enforcement Retention Fund, Year 4. The Sheriff's Office requests suspension of the rules for adoption and introduction to proceed with the acceptance and budgeting of the grant. DPS provided an extension of the original deadline in order to review the board action. The item is requested to be placed on consent as item 6K. A vote is required for the above actions to be added to the agenda.
Madam Chair, I have an additional one.
Yes, thank you, County Manager. And yes, Commissioner Baca.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am going to move a deferral to item 8A, Bernalillo County's Economic Development Strategy relating to community benefits. And I just wanted a point of privilege just to make a statement and thank our Citizen Steering Committee for working on this and all of their work they've done this past year. They met once since our last meeting, and they have another meeting scheduled. So I think it would behoove us to defer this and move it to our next meeting.
Thank you, Commissioner Baca.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Olivas.
Yes, I'd like to request that item 6J be removed from the consent agenda just for a little further discussion on our roads and arterial program.
Yes, no problem.
And then I would like to state a point of order.
And Madam Chair, just for clarity on the agenda, with the consent item moved, that will be moved to 7A under consent agenda withdrawals.
Thank you.
And Madam Chair, point of order.
Yes, your point of order.
I just wanted to register this on item 10A approvals. So I know we have a packed house here and a lot of interesting items on the agenda, so I'll try to go as fast as I can here. But an approval is really, in my mind, meant for something like a report or a study or a plan, right, that has gone through an extensive, usually public process. So, for example, the Cedillo Ridge Master Plan in my district was a series of community meetings. It was scheduled as an approval and moved in that vehicle. I had proposed some changes or additions to that plan, and those rode separately in a separate legislative vehicle in a resolution, so that there was an introduction and full consideration of those changes I was proposing, because we weren't just adopting a plan that had a public process, we were changing the plan. In this case, the gavel already dropped on this item last meeting. We approved the adjustments for the new terms as they were drafted, and once that's approved, I don't think it's really good for us to just bring something back at any time for an amendment without following a process, especially since this was a plan that was vetted by the Code of Conduct Board. So I'm just registering a little bit of concern for that. I hope that we can keep better track of what items go on that and when. But I have an amendment that I'm going to offer later to this item, even though I just kind of disagree with where it's placed and how it's placed, for the sake of time and just the sake of not like causing a whole dust up about it. I just wanted to register that. I'll be working with the county manager and the staff just to kind of figure out how we can make sure that we have a clear process for that in the future so that we don't have items essentially jumping in line here. And so with that, that's all, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Olivas. Okay. So to move the items, if I can ask for your support, Julie or Javier. So we have a suspension of the rules on item 9C. We have to vote on that. Should I do these individually?
Madam Chair, if it pleases the chair and the board, you can move these as an amended agenda.
I think I prefer that. I will
Second.
move to, thank you. Any discussion? Okay, please call the roll.
Commissioner Benson? Did I see you on there?
He is here. But he's on mute right now.
Sorry, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm here.
Great.
We are asking for a vote on, move the amended agenda.
Yes, and I support that. I agree.
Thank you.
Commissioner Olivas?
No.
Commissioner Barba Baca?
Yes.
Vice Chair Frank Baca?
Yes.
Madam Chair Barboa?
Yes.
Thank you.
Do you have a 4-1 vote? The amended agenda. Okay, we're moving on to item 4, proclamation, which is the first, and I'm very excited about this proclamation. Albuquerque High School students, my alma mater that I love and so many of us are so proud of. And thank you to our clerk as well for this. I want to always acknowledge our clerk for the work that they do to keep our elections and civic engagement alive, especially among our young people. So I want to, in this acknowledgement, students from Albuquerque High School, Braden Velarde, Agustin Juardo, Jonathan Dominguez, Enrique Bustillos, Carlos M. Betancourt, and Marcos Rivera, acknowledging that at the administration of elections is a foundational civic responsibility, requiring careful coordination, transparency, and adherence to established procedures to ensure public confidence in the democratic process, and acknowledging that during the 2025 regular local election and the subsequent City of Albuquerque runoff election, the Bernalillo County Clerk's Office carried out extensive election operations involving early voting, absentee voting, and election day activities. And acknowledging that Albuquerque High School students, Braden Velarde, Agustin Juardo, Jonathan Dominguez, Enrique Bustillos, Carlos M. Betancourt, and Marcos Rivera supported the clerk's office both during elections under the supervision of Board of Elections staff, and acknowledging that the students assisted in designated operational areas, including the absentee drop zone, where they supported the orderly receipt and organization of election materials in accordance with established security and chain of custody procedures. And acknowledging that their professionalism, attentiveness, and willingness to learn contributed to efficient and well-coordinated election operations while providing the students with meaningful hands-on exposure to the election process. And acknowledging that engaging students in civic processes helps foster civic awareness, strengthens understanding of democratic institutions, and encourages informed participation as future voters and our community leaders. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Bernalillo County Board of Commissions does hereby recognize and commend these Albuquerque High School students for their service and commitment to civic engagement, and expresses sincere appreciation for their contributions to the successful administration of the 2025 regular local election and City of Albuquerque runoff election. Done this 10th day of February 2026 in Bernalillo County, State of New Mexico. Thank you. Yes, would Madam Clerk or any of your guests like to share any words with us?
Yes, Madam Chair and members of the commission, I would like to take just a couple of minutes to sing the praises of these fine gentlemen and members of our community and future leaders, and I fully intend to see hopefully all of them in political service one of these days,
Yes.
maybe sitting in those seats right up there, right?
Yes.
And I tried to get their family members up here. You know, we like to get the family members involved because this is not something that anybody does in a vacuum. You know, involvement in civic service is something that we all get involved in, and these guys certainly aren't going to do it in a vacuum either, and their families supported them, will continue to support their civic engagement, and so they certainly all should have gotten up here too, but they're all being shy, not as shy as these guys, but they all should be recognized as well. But, you know, elections are a lot of work. We go through this every year. It is a labor of love. We say this all the time. This is not a job that anybody does to get rich and famous. We do it because civic engagement is incredibly important, and it's just such an important thing to get the young folks and our next generation engaged and involved in doing this work as well. And so these guys are our future. And we are so excited that they were able to help us. Now, we had two pretty big elections here in November and December. Now, our regular local election had about 150,000 votes cast. 67,000 of those were cast on election day in 72 polling locations. So we had 72 polling locations, 72 presiding judges coming in who had been at the sites 12, 15, 16, 17 hours they had been there, and they got to our warehouse and they got to see these gentlemen's beautiful smiling faces. They helped them with their data cards. They helped carry in boxes. They were integral in getting these guys set up and settled in for the night, getting all of their information into where it needed to go at the end of the night. And so they were a huge benefit. Our presiding judges were driving from Tijeras to Tohajali, and these guys got their ballots and got their boxes to their final locations in our warehouse. And so none of it could have been done on election day or for the runoff election in December without these gentlemen right here. They're the ones, they were the final stop in getting those elections fully counted. So without them, we couldn't have gotten it done. So thank you, gentlemen. We have some certificates for you I would like to present to you real quick, and I know I'm taking up a lot of time, but the zoning meeting we were just in also took up a lot of time, so give me just a couple of minutes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and I appreciate honoring our Bulldogs.
Okay. Braden Velarde. Thank you so much. Agustin Jurado. Here. Jonathan Dominguez. Enrique Bustillos. Here. Carlos Betancourt. Marcos Rivera. So you guys? Okay, wonderful. Thank you guys so much for all of your help. Nathan, Kelly, would you like to add anything?
Can we get a picture maybe with them?
Let's get some pictures, guys. We'll wrap it up. Thank you all.
Thank you for your service. I'm sad that I'm not there to be in the picture, but Bulldogs are with you. Y'all look wonderful. Yes, go up, family. Come on, mamas, dadas, family. Squeeze in like you like each other. Yes, squeeze in. Looks great. You look beautiful. Thank you. Remember, June primaries are coming, so we hope everyone votes this coming June. Thank you so much. We're gonna move forward. Our next agenda item is item 5B, item 5, public comment. We will now move on to public comment. Before we hear communications, each person has 2 minutes and you will be alerted about your remaining time when your name is called. Please make your way to the podium if you're speaking in person. Before your statement, please remember to state your name for the record and to maintain order and decorum in the spirit of professionalism and respect for everyone present. Speakers must adhere to the 2-minute time limit, and if the conduct of the presenter violates the rules, they may be subject to removal. Javier, please call the names of our speakers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This evening, we have a total of 9 speakers in person and 3 speakers appearing remotely. Please line up at the podium when your name is called, and when it is your turn to speak, please state your name for the record. We will start with Lisa Christopherson, followed by Renee Pacheco, followed by Samantha Hobbs.
Hello, County Commissioners, Madam Chair Barboa, County Commissioners. My name is Dr. Lisa Christopherson. I'm a resident of Bernalillo County. I graduated high school in Corrales not very many years ago, I'm sure. I came before you today to make public comment in appreciation of the thoughtful debate that you all had with all the stakeholders that were present for that last commissioner meeting about P&M lines. Thank you very, very much for that. I appreciate the dialogue, and it was very evident that you all have a basis or a foundation that I think we need to somehow replicate in other government agencies where you all encourage and welcome public comment and public engagement so that you can make informed decisions. And I want to thank our County Clerk Kavanaugh for the great work that you all do. I appreciate your comments about civil engagement and our young people because they do watch and they do see us. And as a public educator in this state, it pains me to know that in child well-being compared to our other states in this great nation, we are 50th. We have a state agency that's tasked with the responsibility of caring for and protecting children, and we just had a report that came out, right, that we have children as young as 18 months old dying in their care. So I think that we should have basic human rights as the foundation for how we make decisions. Everything gets filtered through. Does it help us have food? Does it help us have shelter? Does it help us have water? Because kids cannot learn if they are hungry. They cannot learn if they don't have a place to live. And we can do better. And we have the resources. Kids who are hungry hungry, living in tunnels. They need help from us adults. And community dialogue about that is how we get there. It doesn't matter what party, political party we're from. We are humans. We are tasked with the responsibility to take care of our children. We can do this. Thank you very much for including us in the community.
Thank you.
Renee Pacheco, followed by Samantha Hobbs, followed by Tom Jenkins.
Hi. Yes, I am Renee Pacheco. I am a first grade teacher at Calvary Christian Academy. And I would like to talk about the recent walkouts by high school students towards anti-ICE protest. When we pull high school students away from their classrooms or close schools to push our opinions, our political agendas, is this teaching the students what to think or how to think? Are teachers giving students facts? Are they giving them resources, research to back those facts? Are the teachers telling them both sides of the story so they may choose their stance and form their belief? 8 U.S. Code Section 1325 states that any alien who enters or attempts to enter the U.S. at any time or place other than as designated by immigration officers or eludes examination or inspection by immigration officers or attempts to enter or obtains entry to U.S. by a willfully false or misleading representation or willful concealment of a material fact shall be fined or imprisoned. As teachers, we should teach these students to respectfully and safely protest, stand for their belief. The walkout that was allowed by schools across Albuquerque was not held in this manner. Students were spitting on cars that disagreed with them, supervision was not seen with them, and they were disrespectful to the public. There are other ways to hold opinions on such serious matters. Thank you for your time.
Samantha Hobbs, followed by Tom Jenkins, followed by Sophia Martinez.
Evening, Commissioners. I'm Samantha Hobbs. I am opposed to the resolution misleadingly titled Holding Data Center Projects Accountable. Side note, I think that those anti-ICE protests by the high schoolers was awesome, and I love that, and I would love to see more of that. Honk so loud for those teenagers. All right, we don't want any data centers. We don't want AI. We hate AI. I read the guidelines and the rubric. It doesn't defend tribal stewardship. It merely suggests, at most, monthly tribal consultation. It doesn't demand we protect the water. It merely requests that companies pay to cover the harm they will do to the water. It doesn't demand worker power. It negotiates lopsided profit sharing that still favors the bourgeois billionaires at top. This is a classic colonial trick. Some nasty robber baron wants to build a mine or an oil drill or a data center and exploit the land, and the people say no. But then some colonial ambassador appears saying, I'll speak for the people, and starts negotiating the sale of the land. The headline says that the ambassador is defending the land and the people, but the fine print gives the robber baron everything they want. The commission sees successful businesses we want to attract. I heard that a lot at previous meetings. Like, we don't want these businesses to think we don't want their business. No, we don't want their business. We don't want them here. We don't want the AI center under no terms. You see successful businesses, we see abusers, snakes, and parasites. And we reject the economic dictatorship of billionaire Nazi warlords. We reject their bipartisan enablers. No data center. Also, comments made at a previous meeting about suggesting that the tribal authorities currently have too much say in things, that there's things that they're being offered public comment on, but maybe that's too much. Shame. Shame on that attitude. Get that shit out. Get that out. We don't want that. That doesn't represent us.
Tom Jenkins, followed by Sophia Martinez, followed by Dr. Geraldo Cianello.
Hello, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Tom Jenkins, and I chair the Greater Albuquerque Chamber of Commerce Economic Development Group. And I'm here today to speak in opposition to the proposed data center resolution being considered. The first concern is the message this resolution sends. Even if it is well-intentioned, it creates uncertainty and signals that Bernalillo County is becoming more difficult and less predictable for business investment. Large employers and capital-intensive projects value clarity. When the rules look over-restrictive, many companies will simply eliminate Bernalillo County early in the site selection process. These are projects we will never even know about because they will quietly rule us out and move on. Second, New Mexico has been designated as a federal quantum tech hub, and that designation is directly tied to advanced computing, AI, and the data center infrastructure required to support it. These opportunities depend on long-term private investment, reliable power, secure facilities, and a business environment that welcomes innovation. Policies that introduce new front-end barriers risk undermining the ecosystem of New Mexico is trying to build, including high-quality jobs and long-term economic stability. Third, this resolution is simply not necessary. Bernalillo County is not required to approve any IRB request. Approval is entirely discretionary. As a policy matter, this commission already has the authority to deny an application simply because it believes a project is not in the county's best interest. That authority exists today without adopting new resolutions. Finally, the concern many in the business community share is that this resolution adds complexity, slows down decision-making, and raises the risk profile for companies considering investment here. This puts Bernalillo County at a disadvantage before a project ever reaches this commission for consideration and risks costing us future investment in good economic-based jobs that are so desperately needed in this community. Thank you for your time.
Sofia Martinez, followed by Dr. Geraldo Cianello, followed by Janeth Antillon.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, public, my name is Dr. Sofia Martinez. I want to speak again on AR 206, the data centers. Basically, the data center idea was proposed I think 2 meetings ago, and it was a late addition to the agenda, and then it was discussed a little bit further and paused for a little bit. And we would like to, as Los Jardines Institute, I'm co-director of Los Jardines Institute here in the South Valley. I'm also a former teacher at Rio Grande High School. And so I, too, was proud of the students taking up, because that is walking out of schools. That is exercising our democratic right in this country, right? And when young people make those kinds of decisions, we need to be proud of them, just like those students that were working for the polls, right? And the reason I really want to address the issues with the website, I tried last week to send materials to you all on data centers, national materials, a recent report from the Union of Concerned Scientists, and basically a lot of national research that would inform you all in making this decision. I think I think we need regulation, so I commend you, Commissioner Olivas, in moving some regulation forward, as there's none at the federal or state level. But at the same time, I don't know if y'all remember the idea of opportunity zones. They became opportunist zones. And community benefits, if we really look around the country, those community benefits have not actually benefited communities, right? So we really want to urge you, because of the high level of energy that data centers use, the high level of water that is used, those are important issues. Renewable energy, we're not at the level yet in terms of capacity to deal with the energy that these facilities will require, not to mention the fact that utilities will skyrocket for all of us. And you know, I really like it when people get paid for the community service as community organizers. We don't. We have to raise it. And although I do appreciate the sheriff getting more money, we need to recognize that people are living on retirements and not even earning $50,000, much less six-figure salaries. So when we make our decisions, we need to be clear about that. And we always sell our communities down with the idea of jobs. We need jobs that keep our community and our environment healthy. This whole idea of jobs is basically a disaster for our communities. So thank you very much for your work. I appreciate it.
Dr. Geraldo Cianello, followed by Janeth Antillon, followed by Richard Barish, followed by Bernice Estrada.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. I waited 9 years legally to be a naturalized U.S. citizen and taxpayer. Next Monday is President's Day. The tallest was Abraham Lincoln at 6'4", and shortest was James Madison at 5'4". Four died in office: Harrison, Taylor, Harding, Franklin Roosevelt. Four were assassinated: Lincoln, Garfield, McKinley, Kennedy. One resigned, Nixon. The youngest elected president was John F. Kennedy at age 43. But the youngest to serve was actually Theodore Roosevelt at age 42 when McKinley was assassinated. The oldest person elected president is Donald J. Trump at age 78 and 7 months. Joe Biden seconded Trump at 78. Because the first became the first president to turn 80 years old while in office. But did you know President's Day is actually George Washington's birthday? His birthday was recognized by an act of Congress for government offices in Washington, D.C. in 1879. In a 2013 Platform X, then President Obama took essentially the same position on the enforcement of immigration laws that President Trump has taken, thereby complicating, or so one would assume, the radical anti-ICE views espoused by Democrats nowadays. Obama is asked why his administration is deporting so many people and separating families. Obama replied, "I'm the President of the United States. I'm not the Emperor of the United States. My job is to execute laws that are passed. I have to enforce the law, even if it was tragic and heartbreaking." Can you feel the irony building here? After all, in a comment about illegal immigration, Obama admitted that he had no choice but to enforce existing laws. To do otherwise, and this surely will confuse the No Kings group, would make him an emperor. If it wasn't for our first president, George Washington, USA would not be a sovereign nation of life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. Otherwise, USA would be under the authoritarian rulership of King George III, one world government. Thank you. May God have mercy on our county.
Janeth Antillon, followed by Richard Barish, followed by Berenice Estrada.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Janet Antillon, and I'm a mother of 2 young girls and a proud member of this community. I'm speaking on behalf of Semilla Project. I am also in strong support of the data center and AI accountability resolution because the decisions we make now will directly impact the world that my daughters will grow up in. As a parent, I care deeply about the future we are building for our children. I want them to have real opportunities to build stable, meaningful careers. Too often, data centers promise jobs but deliver very few permanent, high-quality positions. If these companies receive approvals or initiatives, they must provide local and in-state hiring, registered apprenticeships, and living wage jobs, so young people, especially those who are constantly excluded communities, can have real pathways to success. As a parent, I also worry about the long-term cost these projects place on families, on our water, our energy, our infrastructures. Development should benefit the people who live here. This resolution is a step forward protecting our community, our environment, and our children's future. I respectfully urge you to support it. Thank you.
Richard Barish, followed by Berenice Estrada.
Madam Chair, Commission members, my name is Richard Barish. I'm here today on representing the Sierra Club, Rio Grande chapter, and also Indivisible Albuquerque that couldn't attend in person today. And I am here to speak in support of the data center bill. And first of all, I want to thank Commissioner Olivas for his persistence in this and for taking the time to hear people's concerns about this and coming back with a more detailed and better bill than was offered the first time around. The Sierra Club and Indivisible support all of the provisions of this bill, the labor provisions, the energy provisions, and the water provisions of this bill. I want to speak particularly about the energy provisions because we're just very concerned that these data centers produce a huge amount of energy, could just blow up the regime that the state has put in place to ramp down our electricity generation emissions over time in the Energy Transition Act. The figure I read for the Project Jupiter data center down in Doña Ana County is that it would emit more than twice what the entire PNM system would emit. So it's very important that we have strong provisions to reduce the electricity generation emissions from these data centers. So in response to the gentleman who spoke from a business perspective against the bill, I want to point out that if people want to come in and do business in our community, but don't want to pay good wages and don't want to protect the scarce resources of this state, then they're not really the kind of business that we want to attract here. We need people that will take responsibility and that will protect our resources and pay decent wages. Thank you very much.
Berenice Estrada.
Hello, Commissioners. Good afternoon. My name is Berenice Estrada, and I am speaking here on behalf of the Semilla Project. We work with BIPOC youth workers and family across Bernalillo County to build pathways to climate justice, economic opportunities, and community-led development. You can see some of our members here wearing green in the audience. And I'm here today in strong support of the Data Centers and AI Accountability Resolution. As AI and data centers development accelerates, these projects have real impacts on our water, on our energy systems, on our workers, and the cost of living, especially in frontline communities. We appreciate the county's leadership in centering public benefit. This resolution makes clear that economic development must work for the people who live here, not for corporations. We strongly support the focus on state hiring, registered apprenticeships, and living wage jobs. Data centers are often marketed as job creators, but they produce very few permanent positions. If they receive public approval or incentive, they must invest in local workers and create real career pathway, not just short-term construction jobs. Environmental protections are equally critical, so long-term costs are not shifted into community or future generations. Today, we respectfully ask the county to pass this resolution, but also create a dedicated workforce fund so communities directly benefit through job training and apprenticeships. With a strong accountability, this policy can deliver real public benefit for our people, from our land, and for our future. Thank you so much for your consideration.
We will now move on to our online speakers. Annie Diaz Lopez.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Enedith Lopez, and I am a master's student at UNM getting my degree in Community Regional Planning, and I am also a researcher at Los Jardines Institute. I am here to speak on urging all of you to defer the vote on the resolution of holding data centers accountable. Frankly, I can't help but feel as though this process has been rushed, given that it was a last-minute added agenda item last month. But most importantly, I don't understand why in a desert and in a state that is drought-stricken, we are continuing to negotiate our water and our access to water. I completely agree. Our communities deserve to have living wages and dignified jobs, but it's difficult to plan on continuing to live in New Mexico when in 20, 30, 50 years from now, we may not have access to water. And frankly, this is going to result in land grabs and water grabs. And let's be honest, in other parts of the country, people are establishing moratoriums on data centers. They are banning data centers because they recognize the impact that this is going to have on their communities, on the public health of the surrounding communities, and overall, the environment. Frankly, let's be honest, this is a question of our values, particularly when it comes to water. Are we going to prioritize water for what we call as economic development, or are we going to preserve water so future New Mexicans are able to stay in the state and are able to practice their traditional practices, are able to pass down their cultural practices for next generations to come? I urge you all to honestly establish a moratorium on data centers. Louisiana has, the New Orleans is a perfect example of a place where that has already been put in motion. New York is considering a moratorium. Michigan is considering a moratorium. And let's be honest, these places are near large bodies of waters. Data centers have no business here in the desert. Thank you.
Sandra Stolberg.
Hi, my name is Sandra Stolberg. Thank you so much for taking my comments tonight. I am new to this, the data center resolution, and I am looking at it. It seems like it's a really wonderful thing to be proactive and try and put in some protections, both for our energy sources, our communities, and the jobs that people will be working here. And I'm really very pleased to know that you've done this proactively, because it is such a mess in southern New Mexico, and the harms that are going to be inflicted on those communities are real, and they're going to reverberate for generations. And so for me, it's so important that we have something in place that will give assurances to anybody who wants to come in here about what it is that we expect of them as a business, and that we will have those protections in place for our families and our communities and our resources. But I do look forward to hearing more. And I am hoping that we'll be able to flesh out and put in even more protections. Thank you for taking my comments.
Leandra Schuler.
Hello, Commissioners. My name's Leandra Schuler, and I am calling to say I want to hold data centers accountable. So I do like where Eric Olivas has started that process, but I do really want to focus on making sure anyone who comes into our state is responsible for the externalities that are the side effect of whatever business they're bringing in. Often we will pick up the burden as New Mexicans to try to help businesses more than the actual people living here. And I'm concerned, again, they talked about water because we're at a deficit, but we also have to worry about the electricity. Private equity sees us as a place for profits, and private equity is trying to purchase our P&M and gas company, and they are not looking at us as a place that they're trying to help. Private equity doesn't try to help us. So what are we going to do to prevent companies from coming in and just trying to take advantage of our resources without long-term protections for us? Again, externalities, most of businesses sneak out or avoid them and try to convince us to pay them to come to the state. And I'm hoping that we will be very conscious of that with anyone we allow in. Because we do need jobs, but we need jobs that secure our children's future. I'm a mother of two, so I'm not there today, but I am constantly thinking about what are they going to have to do in their future? And also, would we be able to sell our home if we have no water or any resources? What's our future options? So please keep us all in mind. I appreciate that you always sound or seem to be thoughtful, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This concludes our public comment.
Thank you, Javier, and thank you for everybody coming out and to speak your voice. We appreciate it. Next, we move on to item 5A, Sheriff's Office Advisory and Review Board Annual Report. The SORB Chair Matthew Ray to present. Thank you. Okay, great. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair Barboa, Vice Chair Baca, members of the commission. My name is Matthew Ray, currently serve as the chair of the Sheriff's Office Advisory and Review Board. On behalf of the board, I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to present our 2025 annual report, as we do every year for the past several years. This evening, I'm joined at the podium by our current Vice Chair, James Stewart, as well as fellow SORB members in the audience who I'll ask to stand and be recognized.
Thank you for your service.
As you know, the Sheriff's Office Advisory Review Board was created in 2020 by ordinance of the commission. Our purpose is essentially to promote transparency and accountability within the Bernalillo County Sheriff's Office. And we do this primarily by reviewing BCSO's policies, procedures, but also soliciting public comment regarding those policies and procedures. 2025 marked the 5th anniversary of this board, but our mission remains the same. And our work couldn't be possible without the members of the board. Currently, we have 7 members. We have 2 vacancies, and we'll have 1 vacancy coming open, which brings me to the recommendations that we are making in our 2025 annual report to the commission, and that is to continue the support of this board by the appointment of members as vacancies come available. This commission and past commissions have been great about doing that, and we would encourage you to continue to do that moving forward this year, as we will have 3 vacancies, which will impact our ability to carry out our work due to a lack of quorum if we don't have those vacancies filled. So we'd appreciate your attention to that. On behalf of the board, we also like to thank the men and women of the Bernalillo County Sheriff's Office for their hard work, their dedication, their public service to keeping the citizens of this county safe. We also like to thank Sheriff Allen for his leadership and specifically for his cooperative attitude and his response to the requests of the SORB. He has been very cooperative and responsive since his election in 2023, and we appreciate that. Just a couple of things to highlight from our report, and then I'll stand for any questions that members of the commission may have. To highlight the Sheriff's Office cooperativeness and responsiveness to the board, we highlight an example of that on page 5 of our report, page 6 of our report, I believe, where we reference the creation of a compliance officer position within the Sheriff's Office. This is a position that Sheriff Allen initiated, and as you may recall from past reports, we recommended the County Commission fund that position, which it did, and for that we are grateful. We had an opportunity to participate on the interview panel for that position. We were not part of the selection process or decision-making process, but Vice Chair Stewart did have a chance to ask questions of the candidate. So we look forward to working with that individual and continuing to encourage the Sheriff's Office to promote accountability and transparency where appropriate with regards to the compliance officer's position and role as they carry out their work. 2 other final things I'll mention briefly is we highlight in our report, we looked at Bernalillo County's Sheriff's Office policies, procedures with regards to artificial intelligence and the use of unmanned aerial systems, drones. We recognize that these are vital technologies that are being used and are necessary for public safety and law enforcement, but we also recognize their serious privacy concerns and other considerations. And so we've been encouraging and working with the Sheriff's Office to evaluate, review the policies and to encourage them to consider those privacy concerns, which to date they have, and for that we are appreciative. And lastly, for members of the public, we invite you to learn more about us. You can visit us on our website at www.bernco.gov/SOARB. You can find out when our public meetings are. You can sign up to give public comment, much like citizens that did this evening at this commission meeting. We really value your input, and much of the recommendations that you'll find in our report, a lot of it we seek the public input and your ideas and thoughts, and we factor that into the advice and recommendations that we make to this commission, to the Sheriff's Office, and to the public. So once again, thank you for this opportunity. And with that, Vice Chair Stewart and I will stand for any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this great presentation and for the report. It is always important for us to see what progress y'all are making and to hear from you. So thank you so much. To my commissioners, is there any comment or question for the SORB board?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Levis and then Vice Chair Buck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the board members, all of you here today, thank you so much for your service, genuinely, sincerely, and to your board chair. You're an excellent, engaging speaker, and you're really representing your board well. And I just think it's amazing how we always have board members of this board that are just outstanding. The passion for the work they do shows, and you all are volunteers, and you volunteer exceptionally, and I just want to commend you for that. Thank you for pointing out the need to recruit more board members, and I can assure you in my office, every time we send out a newsletter, we do ask for those vacancies. Unfortunately, it's really hard to find people, right, that are interested in that work and want to volunteer and help, but we'll continue to put that call out and put our minds together and see how we can do better and get the word out and see if we can fill those vacancies. And I just want to point out from the comments you made and your report that this is one area of county government where we have spared no expense on the Sheriff's Office, really, and we have great leadership there under Sheriff Allen and some of his command staff that is here. And it's been just a tremendous partnership between the commission, the community, and the sheriff to build trust, and that trust has fostered incredible investments, whether that's in salaries, in the drone program, in rebuilding the Metro Air Unit, or in staffing some of these civilian compliance positions. We have invested heavily in this agency and in this leadership, and everybody working together. I think it's really showing great results. And so just want to commend you for being part of that and for helping us to advance that public safety mission. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Olivas. Vice Chair Baca.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, I just want to echo Commissioner Oliva's comments. We appreciate your service as volunteers and to, just to contribute your time to the public good and to serve as a sounding board to the sheriff and to hear ideas and to have them filtered through you. And I suspect that some of you or most of you have had law enforcement experience, and that's an important role to have somebody to just talk to about ideas. And one of the good things about this commission I found since I've been on it is that we've been able to have good discussions and debate about topics and often change our direction or opinion based on those discussions. So if we stop having that discussion, we stop having that debate, we'll make some decisions, some of which may not be as good as a decision we could make with more input and engagement. So thank you for your time, and we are continuing to work at some way to make sure that all our volunteer boards and commissions have full support and that's needed, and perhaps even some minor or small amount of compensation we're down the line. That's something we're on our agenda. And I just can't help but note that you noted the departure of Judge Tommy Jewell, who served at your organization for a number of years. He was a personal friend of mine, and I know did a great job, and I'm sure he was missed. I'm sure you're carrying on that mission. So thank you again for your service and what you do. Appreciate it.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Barbara Baca.
I would like to echo what has been said here, and public safety is probably the #1 issue from all of our residents. My constituents always talk about it, and constitutional policing is so important today. And this oversight that you all provide is a big part of that. So I want to thank you and all the board members who are here today providing that advice and oversight to our sheriffs, BCSO. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone. Thank you for this report and for your dedication and commitment. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, we move on to item 5B, Economic Development Annual Review with Development Director Marcos Gonzalez to present.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. Marcos Gonzalez with the Economic Development Department, and just wanted to walk through some of the items that we're going to talk about tonight. We're going to go over current economic development projects from 2025, kind of give an overview of our portfolio as a whole with our economic development projects, some pipeline reporting, and also update on some film activity and what's new with the housing division, and then some other program updates as well as some additional information that was requested from the last commission meeting. And then afterwards, Albuquerque Regional Economic Alliance will provide a quick annual report as well from their activities. So with that, just in touch in 2025, we completed 6 projects. 3 were IRBs and 3 were housing projects. That totals just nearly $400 million of private investment we're able to track to our area, and resulting in 137 new permanent jobs. Those are W-2 jobs that were created, and over 612 new affordable housing units. In terms of our active portfolio, meaning of our different projects that we manage. We manage over 100 different projects, from IRBs to housing projects to tax increment financing projects, and a local economic development act, a grant money that we receive from the state, as well as other federal grant money as well. And then also not part of this portfolio, the active portfolio, is really the businesses that we meet with that we don't bring forward to the commission. So this last year we met with a little over 20 different businesses that for whatever reason didn't either meet the criteria for moving forward with some type of incentives, or they chose not to pursue the incentives. In terms of our active pipeline in 2026, we'll be bringing forward expansion projects from advanced manufacturing, some film studio projects, and then quality of life projects as well, and renewable energy projects. And most recently, we just applied for $1.5 million of brownfield funding, and this allows for phase 1 and phase 2 testing. I'm paying for a lot of the pre-development costs that can really trigger for development to happen. And we're really proud of our I-40 Trade Port Corridor Phase 1 launch event here at the end of the month, and with hosting and with the US DOT and with our partners in Arizona and new partners to the I-40 Trade Port Corridor project in Texas and Oklahoma. In terms of film projects, we had, this is just the film projects that are locating in the unincorporated portions of Bernalillo County or that are using our facilities. In terms of year-over-year production, we've seen about the same number of film activities, and we've seen a reduced drop over the time period just because we no longer occupy 415 to Harris, which is the old courthouse, which if you've seen Better Call Saul, Breaking Bad, or pretty much any film productions filmed here that uses a courthouse, uses that courthouse and that courtroom. We're really excited to see the creative economy report that Bieber completed with the city of Albuquerque, and really showing one of the elements that came out of our community dialogue as well was really the importance of the creative economy in Bernalillo County. And so that reported for 2024, just over $1.7 billion of our economy is attributable to the arts in some way. With the new housing division, we do have the first employee was hired this year, and we're still in search of the housing division director, and we'll continue that search. And we were successful this last year of receiving just over $63 million in funding from the state legislature, and we have just over $48 million of that spent, and we're still in the hunt for funds during this next session. As we've continued to discuss the community engagement process that was really the last 7 months of the department's time, really from the initial start of it to the final report, and that's still ongoing with a lot of the new resolutions that are designing the outcomes of the community engagement, was a big part of 2025 as well. In terms of other economic development activity, we continue to partner with the entire ecosystem and economic development, from Q Station to the South Valley Main Street programming, and involve the entire ecosystem into our community dialogue, and still continuing to work on how we can continue to be part and be better partners in that, and also reaching out and providing technical assistance to other counties surrounding Bernalillo County and throughout the state as well. And for a lot of our marketing pieces and pushing out small businesses and business assistance programs, still doing that through our YouTube channel, and invite any of you all, if you want to be on our TV show, we'd love to have you, and our newsletter as well. Some of the items from the last, we're going to go over a lot of figures here rather quickly, but invite you all to let us know if you want to dive deep into these numbers on the net benefits from projects, the pilot calculations, the exemption amounts. We'd love to sit with you all and go over them in-depthly. And a lot of the information, the backup information that culminates in these figures we're talking about were provided in 4 different exhibits that provides how this information is calculated, and we're happy to go over that with you all as well. So this first one just showing the net benefits to all the taxing districts from the economic development projects, and saying that because these taxes were exempt, the property taxes and the gross receipt taxes, it results in a positive outcome from new spend that is happening in the community. And of looking at over in the last 10 years, of looking at the nearly 4,000 jobs that were directly created, as well as nearly 634 jobs that were saved in Bernalillo County, meaning that because we were able to assist the company, they were able to stay in the area and continue to invest into our area. And we're really looking, when we're talking about breaking the layers and breaking it back, looking at the direct jobs that a company creates, so that's those W-2 positions, the indirect, meaning their supply chain, what other small businesses do they interact with, and then the induced, that new spending that's happening within the economy because that business expansion or a retention in the economy. And this is kind of a different way to look at that same type of figures. Is something that Bieber just put out on the arts community as well, and just showing how their direct, indirect, and induced, and how their total arts community in Bernalillo County is looking at like nearly 40,000 jobs that are tied specifically to an art industry versus just when we look at individual projects. So just wanted to back that out. At the last commission meeting was really looking at the last 5 years of projects from 2020 to 2025, and looking at the number of projects that we had in these 10 projects that we are working on, and the output that they provided. And during the same time period was, of course, the pandemic, and how we really pivoted away from doing normal economic development per se to really working on distributing a lot of the CARES money and the rental assistance money to really help our community during the pandemic period. And then wanted to go over the tax exemption as a whole of what we're looking at, of not only for every taxing entity of what that tax exemption looks like, and also the gross receipt tax exemption, what that looks like over that 5-year period. And we just need to note that while these projects happen differently over the time period, that GRT exemption is really happening at the first onset of the project, because that's when the project's first equipping or being constructed, and not a continual over the life of the IRB. We just wanted to go over some on how we really calculate the pilot and the tax exemption of what we're looking at. So in using the Highway Hotel and looking at the actual property tax bill, and just showing the mill rates that we're keeping harmless, or keeping a portion for ourselves here at the county. And with per our policies, we keep the schools harmless, so that's collected as a pilot, and then a portion of the county, and the remaining of the taxing entities would be exempt. So this is just showing that a breakout with that. And I would be remiss if I didn't say thank you to the great team at the Economic Development Department, and they are all here this evening. If they could just stand for a second, with Carolyn Tobias, Sulema Lenz, Monica Roybal, Rajette Gallegos, Marlene Arzola, and representing the Housing Division, Tommy Cummins. I'm thankful to have a great team to serve the community of Bernalillo County, and we look forward to 2026 and continuing to do great work for the county. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Director Gonzalez. And yes, wonderful appreciations to our whole economic development team. Any comments, questions for Director Gonzalez today? Well, yes, Vice Chair Baca.
Just one quick comment, Madam Chair. And yeah, thank you for what you and your team do Marcos, I know that you hear a lot of things from the different topics from economic development strategy and the data center and your ongoing work, and you hear mixed messages and different things from not just from us but from the community out in it. So it's a tough job to be in the middle of that and trying to navigate that, and so appreciate you're always going forward in a positive way. To me, economic development really comes down to location to some extent, and also the type, of course, of project. But I think I've mentioned this to you before, but in my district where I represent, there's a certain part that very concerned about the type of development that's going forward. But there's another part of the district west of Coors that what I hear from them is like, where is the additional development? And I've talked to other representatives, elected officials from that area who feel the same. There's growth on the Southwest Mesa. There's housing developments. There's townhouses. There's apartments being built as we speak. And the community there, the neighborhood associations, the individuals I speak to, are very much in favor of seeing commercial retail development in that area, which for lots of reasons, just like convenience reasons, the sort of a discussion that we had earlier in the day with our South Court sector plan, that area is very much in favor of that type of development. So I would just like to, continue to urge and encourage you to look at opportunities of that area, because there, I don't think you're going to have a lot of discussion or debate. I think people are pretty unanimous and wanting to see that type of development in that area west of Coors, which will also address some other issues that we have on Coors, which is the traffic congestion. So anyway, I just want to continue to plant that seed and support that concept of idea, and just appreciate what you and your team do for us in Bernalillo County. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair?
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Walt Benson, and then Commissioner Olivas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Marcos, for that information. I think it's exactly what we had asked for last meeting. But what is highlighted for me in your presentation is the payback and the return on investment that we've made by trying to incentivize good businesses to come, create jobs, and then claw back if they don't meet the criteria. And we all want good jobs, good industries. We made a debate on what that is, but we want better wages, more infrastructure, cleaner industries, and but ultimately we want economic growth and better jobs for our kids to apply for when they come of age, so that they stay here and not go to the bigger cities with much stronger economies who are actively recruiting businesses to come in. So I like the information. Thank you for it, and keep up the good work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Benson. Commissioner Olivas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'll just run through a few things real quick. Housing, really glad to hear you highlight that and the investments that the commission's made in housing resources. I really do hope that we can get a director hired soon. Maybe we can get a quick update on that or get one offline. But, I'm so proud of the whole team here that we were able to deploy over $40 million from the state, and we're not even halfway through the fiscal year, and we're 80% done with that money. So, highlight, that's what we did with very limited staff. What could we possibly do with the staffing that the commission has provided? So I'm really excited about that and hope that we can really prioritize that higher. I want to just add that on your slide that points out how many jobs were induced or created, a really important metric for me based on the Economic Development Dialogue series is good jobs, right? Jobs are great, but what were those jobs? What did they pay? What was the median salary? What were the number of hours? To me, that's what our community really wants to know, because this is public money that we are investing in the private sector. And that is a sacred obligation that we have on behalf of the people we represent, to make sure that money is doing good for them and like really good. Because if it's just going to be so okay, then I can think of other ways that we can invest public funds in, like $40 million in buying housing stock and converting those. So just the type of jobs I think is really important. I wanted to highlight that you shared this thing about art, the creative economy. Really love that part of our New Mexico, Bernalillo County economy. That's just one of the most best things about our community. And I just wanted to say that's according to your numbers, that's 6% of our population in the county that's involved in that, not our workforce. So that's a really significant portion of our economy, and it's very threatened by AI. If you just look at what AI is doing to creatives with, creating fake content, that's concerning and probably above our pay grade, but something that we really need to pay attention to. And then on one of, actually, this is perfect that you're on this slide. So on the Johnson Moving and Storage, it's just funny that this pops out to me, but is that actually built? Because the sign has been on the site for like 3 years and I've never actually seen anything happen there. Is that project move forward?
Commissioner, Madam Chair, Commissioner Olivas. So Johnson Storage is finally moving forward after a number of planning and engineering items. So they'll be beginning construction on their building here shortly. And then back to your earlier point, Commissioner, I forgot to read this point, but the average wage for the jobs in this slide is just over $76,000. But we can give you more detail that you're requesting.
No, thank you. And I think that's just something we need to be highlighting as often as possible, because that's really what I think people understand, right? Is if I got one of these jobs that the county's investing public money in, what would I get for it? Not just how many jobs can we have,
exactly.
but what does it really mean to a family? Can they afford their mortgage? Can they afford rent? Can they afford the expenses of life? So just want to make sure that we're highlighting that. And so I could go on with more, but I'm going to schedule some time with you guys offline to really dive into this a little bit deeper. There's always more to unpack here because it's complicated stuff. So I appreciate you and appreciate the work you all do. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Any further question, comment? Well, thank you. I want to say I really love seeing the report and getting these kind of outcomes from you. I also want to say that you missed that, and I want to clearly report out the support that you and your team has been giving me in District 3 and really our entire state, support around the state fairground district and development, really helping me stay informed and educated on all the things that are moving and how we're talking about revenue generators. And it's a really big, important and scary thing that's happening in my community and really it'll have impacts across our whole state. So I just wanted to publicly thank you and your team for being involved in helping us continue to be involved in how we're moving that forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And with that, I'd like to introduce Chad Matheson. He's the Interim Director of the Albuquerque Regional Economic Alliance for a quick update on area's activities. Chad.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. It's a pleasure to be here this evening with you all to really emphasize 3 points this evening. One, around our 2025 highlights of activity. I think they complement Marcos's presentation quite nicely. Also offering a current snapshot of the Area 1.0 strategic plan that was introduced back in 2022. We're in the final year of that 5-year strategy now. So we're excited to report on the 5-year impacts here later this year, and then set the stage for what will be a new strategic planning process for the organization. So we'll go through those just briefly here this evening, and starting out with the highlights themselves. One program that is very important to let you guys be aware of and really reflect on here as it relates to infrastructure investment in the market. This is a very important state level piece of legislation that was passed in the 2025 session around proactive investment into infrastructure. Traditionally, proactive investment into infrastructure has been a function of a qualified entity entering the market and requiring some maybe roadway infrastructure or electrical infrastructure, soft due diligence on the site like archaeological or environmental studies, things like this. What's very important about this piece of legislation, it allows that to happen before the end user comes to market. So we're able to use state level funding to support both soft and hard due diligence on sites within the market. There's 2 steps. One is site characterization. It's really a gap analysis on the site. How investment ready is this site for an end user? And then that comes with pre-development funding. So either a public or private entity can engage in an application process for either a loan or a grant to help close some of those costs. So this is brand new in the market. We have been very proud to serve as the primary point of contact for the data entry process associated with this program. 17 sites have currently gone through the characterization process, including a handful in the unincorporated parts of the county, to include the western side area out by Trisco Vista, South Broadway, and Max Q as well, closer to the Albuquerque Sunport. Actually, the new round for 2026 just happened this week. There's 5 new sites in the mix for characterization this year as well. So that increases this number to 22. I had to submit this presentation before the opening rounds for the 2026 program. So very exciting. The state has launched a website where you can actually go and look at the site attributes for these sites across the state, frankly. That's nmedd.giswebtechguru.com. Very interesting. You can drill in, you can run radius analysis, drive time analysis for workforce characteristics and things like that in this website. So very exciting. Wanted to introduce that because it was a big deal. We were working on that program for about 3 years with our utility partners, our public partners, our private partners, to really showcase why proactive investment into infrastructure matters to encourage our speed to market for companies. I'm going to pivot and just highlight some of our programmatic performance relative to business development now. Really proud of our economic research capabilities in-house. We do a depth of analysis that's very important to understand your cost quality position in the market, both relative to the propensity for industries to expand, as well as receive new investments from out-of-market companies that might be considering the region as a location for investment. This report here functions in an area of our shop that we call our Business Retention and Expansion Program. We have a full-time staff member who is frankly dedicated to engaging existing industry and really understanding both their expansion plans as well as their impediments to growth. You can see here over the calendar year 25, our full-time staff member visited just north of 50 companies here within the metro market. 85% of those were economic-based, meaning they're export-oriented, whether that's a good or a service. Converted 10 to an active project, so there's an active expansion conversation underway, whether that be a capital investment or a job expansion. And 42% indicating that there's up to a 24-month expansion potential. So those really sit at a high priority within our own kind of business outreach process to make sure we stay engaged with them and give them access to resources when they might need it at a time that's relevant for them. This runs alongside the state level program for the Job Training Incentive Program. You guys are certainly aware of JTIP. Over the calendar year, we were proud to speak on behalf of 46 companies just within the Albuquerque, Bernalillo County area. That was to the tune of $11 million worth of awards, but I'd like to highlight the average wage on those awards, just north of $44 an hour, annualized, just north of $90,000 a year. And those are companies that are actively expanding in the market right now, and really emphasizes the importance as to why we must be engaged proactively in those conversations to make sure that they're aware of those opportunities for support at the state level as it relates to their job growth and expansion plans. Pivoting away from business retention and expansion, a cornerstone of our business relates to inward investment opportunities in the market. This just highlights the January 1 to December 31 number of projects that we opened within our pipeline itself. Just about 80 projects open in the pipeline, 80% of those new to market, meaning they didn't actively they do not actively have a location here within the region, and significant job creation potential and capital investment potential. Now, it's very important to note that we will not win all of these projects. Markets are competitive at a regional level. We are in competition with Arizona and Texas and Colorado and Utah and Nevada and the southeast of the United States. And so I always like to emphasize those critical attributes of competitiveness, speed, simplicity, and certainty. We always want to put our best foot forward when it comes to securing an investment on behalf of the region. And I think those are three attributes that really are important to kind of reflect on when we think about policy and how we invest proactively into things like infrastructure to increase speed, reduce complexity, and reduce risk for companies that might be considering an investment. This just gives you a perspective of kind of the site distribution that we've seen over the course of the calendar year. You can see Bernalillo County holds the lion's share of site submissions within Area's pipeline, to the tune of about 80% of sites being submitted fall within the county itself, but also, of course, the city of Albuquerque. And I should have noted on the previous slide, these are not all large projects. We have projects that are less than 10 people and might be $100,000 in capital investment, and we have projects that are up to 1,000 people and several hundred million in capital investment. So they really run the gamut of possibility when it comes to both industry composition as well as scale of investment opportunity for the market itself. Wanted to highlight just kind of where we are as it relates to Area 1.0. I mentioned we have this final year, this final calendar year, and so we'll be starting to aggregate those economic impacts similar to what Director Marcos had shared. 5,200 jobs announced so far over the Area 1.0 timeframe, $5.1 billion in capital investment, very great average wage associated with it. I should note that also 65% of these are attraction-based, so pretty well aligned with our 2025 calendar year pipeline picture, with where 80% of those were new to market. But highlighting too the average industrial square footage. You know, when we look at customers, whether that's aerospace component manufacturing or a company like Pacific Fusion in the advanced industry space, really understanding their product need, their infrastructure need, whether that's proximity to customer, whether that's electrical capacity load, whether that's workforce requirements, making sure that we're able to communicate with our economic development partners around what those critical location factors are is extremely important, and certainly size of facility falls into that category. I'll note that these do not include the indirect and induced effects that Marcos had touched on in the economic impact process. So this is strictly related to what was announced, and we were really happy to see these come to fruition on behalf of the region. So all of this translates, just in a general sense, to thousands of new opportunities, frankly, millions in capital investment, and global attention on the market. Several of the ones that you might have seen just this past year, I mentioned Pacific Fusion, also Castilian, Mantis Space, Quantinuum, very important project announcements going on in the market that are reshaping our industry identity for a new investment. These companies are scaling, they're scaling quickly. They have capital to make those investments, and they're willing to engage on those workforce connectivity conversations that are so critical to support their long-term sustainable growth, but also really complement our conversations here from a workforce development perspective as well. This is my last slide here, and I think it sets the stage for what we hope to bring to the table in the next strategic planning process. I mentioned we're on year 5 of the 5-year strategy, and those dark blue ovals there are really seen as Area's traditional core competencies. It's the economic research, it's the inward investments, it's the networking opportunities and opportunities to engage in strategic conversations through events and things like that. There's also very important opportunities that we can be helpful in shaping strategic conversations around talent development, around policy and advocacy, and other features of the market that are really impacting our competitiveness. And we look forward to really having deep conversations with not just this commission, but our regional partners around the table as well, so that we can drive, again, new proactive investment conversations into things like infrastructure, but also workforce development. It is equal to, if not more important than, infrastructure and infrastructure availability in the market. So I just want to thank you guys for the opportunity to present this evening. I stand for questions if you have them, but just want to say thank you to Marcos and his team as well for being strong partners in the process and bringing some of these home. So thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for that presentation. Very thorough. Does anyone on the commission wish to have questions or comments?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Olivas.
So first, a question for you, Mr. Matheson. On the site readiness slides, the first stuff, I listened to a presentation that Director Rob Black gave about this to LFC a while back, and just see if I captured what he said correctly. My understanding of that first round is that it's really just characterization of those sites, so no work was actually done. So if you submitted a site, it's not automatically site ready. So how does that work? Are future phases planned to do more of that, like
It's a great question, and yes. So the legislature appropriated $24 million for the first 3 years of the program. Not enough, right? $24 million, $8 million a year is not going to build new road systems. It's not going to build a water treatment plant. It's not going to build electrical transmission lines. What it does is help close the gap on some of those soft due diligence things. So an environmental engineering report, let's say, could cost 30 grand. The characterization process takes a look at things like proximity to infrastructure. So how close is the nearest gas line? Does the site need to be graded? Some of those soft and hard due diligence items that, frankly, the site will go through in a site selection process. But once you understand those gaps, the state then would have, you can apply for the pre-development dollars to help close those gaps. So the pre-development fundings, they have not been deployed yet. But one of the things that, frankly, I'm bullish on in this process is having a better understanding of what the true infrastructure gap in the market is. I think we could probably 10x it, frankly, and be closer to 240 million just for this region, just based on some of our land readiness characteristics and the costs that are associated with developing some of that infrastructure.
Okay, thank you. So I think, yeah, I have a good understanding, and that does get people a lot closer because that can take a year or two. Very minor development, like just a contractor's yard, and the time to get a utility plan drafted,
That's right.
grading and drainage plan, right? No actual work has been done.
That's right.
Those are just things that boxes you've got to check before you go for permits. So I can see how that would be helpful, just to giving developers an idea of what they're getting into.
And if I could for just a moment, I mentioned the kind of the pipeline from 2025. What's fascinating about the data we have access to is we can dig into the utility requirements for different types of end users. So you can see that a data center would be very different than an aerospace manufacturer, right? That might need 100,000 square feet for some durable goods manufacturing, or a computer systems developer within a bioscience or aerospace sector. So that's one angle that we took in our approach to better understand who our customer is and how we engaged with LFC and the governor's office and legislators on, if we're going to build infrastructure proactively, who are we building it for? And what's their average utility need, so that we're building infrastructure in line with who we want our end customer to be.
Great. I appreciate you diving in deep there with me on that for a minute. And the last thing I want to say is just that I want to illustrate to my colleagues and the public that we have to be careful with the average salary. I'm much more interested in the median and, quite frankly, the range.
Sure.
And I'll give an example. This is a small example, but I have 10 people in the thing that I'm applying for. I pay 9 of them $30,000 a year, and I pay the boss $1 million a year. The average on that is $127,000 a year. But I'm not paying anyone except one person that much, and I'm paying them way more. So that's a really extreme example. I realize that's not the case, but I just think that we need to make sure that we're looking at medians, or ranges and medians are even better, just because then we get a real flavor of the benefit of these projects. And so I just don't want anybody to be I'm not saying that's what's happening, but I just want to, so I'll follow up offline with you and the director on that, just to see if we
I love
can
that.
get some more on that.
And if I could, for just a moment, even emphasize again, really illustrating that career pathway from entry level to higher level growth opportunities. That's where our economic research comes into play in such a significant way. We proactively do wage analysis for companies so they can better understand what market rates are for certain positions. And so really digging into those wage rates by qualification or experience level can be extremely beneficial to help shape a talent development strategy with our education partners and our workforce development partners within the state and within the metro. So you're 100% correct. And frankly, I look forward to kind of digging into that with you guys some.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yep.
Thank you, Commissioner Benson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Matheson, thank you so much. And I just want to just clarify with Commissioner Olivas that I do think it's important to track the salaries so we know what we're getting and what we're attracting. But I also just want to caution folks to not turn their nose up at salaries just because they're not. I mean, I would like to see every job coming 75,000, but we need all jobs. So any new salary that we can bring to the area, if our residents were not making a salary before and are now making one, it may not be $100,000, but our goal is to get it there. But I think, I don't know, I don't want to turn our nose up at certain salaries. However, I do think it's very important to know what the data is, and if we can do better, then we should be setting goals to bring in higher paying jobs. So I do think that's good. Mr. Matheson, just a couple questions. You guys are doing great work, and this is a long-term project. I know. I remember when Danielle first joined on as the president of area, that New Mexico's economic development was just so weak and struggling, and you guys have set ambitious goals, and even with those goals, it's nationally they're fairly small compared to national averages, but for us they would be huge if we could hit those. Even the stretch goals for us are modest compared to a lot of other states. You've been in this role for a long time, and now you're serving as the acting president. Who would you say is and I know you're in the business of generating economic activity locally in the metro area, but what surrounding state would you say is the most competitive in terms of attracting jobs that we're in the running for? Then the second question is, within New Mexico, which community would you say is attracting the most attention? Thank you.
Boy. Commissioner Benson, I appreciate the question. Madam Chair, Commissioner Benson, thank you for the question. I always appreciate looking at competitiveness through the lens of our customer. And our customer will evaluate our cost quality position relative to different types of critical location factors that are important for their business. I will say, as is the example with a recent Pacific Fusion announcement, proximity to Sandia, the availability to purchase a site and do that quickly was one that really helped the market secure that investment alongside the company. A very beneficial attribute of that deal, of that investment, was that they also took down 200,000 square feet down in the village of Los Lunas for their pre-manufacturing and pre-assembly of the equipment that will be installed in their demonstration facility at Mesa del Sol. And so a very regional in scope project. I think that's very important. You know, markets are competitive at a regional level. And the excitement that I see when our market comes together across municipalities to secure an investment like that is something that we should frankly celebrate. I do love seeing that come together within the region. The same was true with Castilian up in Sandoval County over this past couple of months. I'd say as it relates to our national competition, you know, certainly Arizona, Texas, Colorado, Tennessee participates in that quite a bit. And again, it'll depend on industry type. I'd say a good share of our pipeline is aerospace component manufacturing again, right now, and even the emergence of quantum. You know, it was mentioned earlier, kind of the interest of the state to develop a quantum hub, if you will. We have the nation's first quantum industrial technician program through CNM for training quantum technicians at the community college and aligning that to industry. I was in a conversation with a recent member, a manager at a venture capital firm, and his comment to me was, I just hope we can build it fast enough. And so, again, from the perspective of who we want our customer to be, quantum by nature will not have a large footprint per se. Quantinuum, I think, was just shy of 15,000 square feet, so not large. But their real estate requirements were very specific. They also enjoyed proximity to Sandia Labs because they are under an active research relationship with them as a regional asset. So we have product offerings in the market that other states do not. And I think those align with our customer base very nicely in terms of really working to grow those kind of advanced industry clusters. They do lend themselves towards higher wages. It must emphasize skill development and workforce development in the market. So we're building skill capacity within our workforce. But for things like distribution logistics, general manufacturing, things like this, there are states that are pre-investing into infrastructure that encourage speed to market. And that speed to market in and of itself is an incentive. And so if a company can get up and running 12 months faster compared to New Mexico, all else equal, they're going to that other state. They're going to that other metro. And so, again, it's so important to look at competitiveness through the lens of your customer. I sound a bit like a broken record, I know, but it's really important to know who and what type of industry that falls within, and then curate your product aligned with that customer's interests.
Mr. Matheson, and I, hold on real quick.
Having a hard time hearing.
Yeah, it got real low. We saw him and then he started to disappear, but I could hear him faintly. I think he's trying to get his way back on.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, but we can't see you.
Okay, a little technical difficulties. So thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Matheson, thank you. And I fully agree. Any kind of regional development is good. It's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. So if you have more employees in Los Lunas, but they're coming up to the Coronado shopping mall to go shopping, or they might live in Albuquerque and commute. So it's all good. I agree. But in terms of like where the actual jobs are going, where would you say is the most competitive locales where they're actually attracting the most jobs in our general area that you have seen and have participated in some of the negotiations of attracting businesses here? Is it Bernalillo County? Is it City of Albuquerque, Los Lunas, Sandoval County?
The good, Madam Chair, Commissioner Benson, the good news is it's well distributed. I think, Marcos had shared the line item for Array Technologies. That's a Bernalillo County investment underway right now. I think they're intending to open their doors this year even on the new manufacturing facility out on Atrisco Vista. Pacific Fusion, of course, Mesa del Sol, Castilian, unincorporated Sandoval County, Mantis Space, City of Albuquerque. Pacific Fusion, also Village of Los Lunas. If I can be so candid, Commissioner Benson, I'm most bullish on the Upper Petroglyphs area for the market, Atrisco Vista area, which is unincorporated Bernalillo County. When we look at, again, our pipeline compounded with the I-40 Trade Port Corridor Initiative, there's a significant amount of opportunity that can be captured to encourage business park development or industrial park development in a strategic corridor that complements both manufacturing and logistics. I'll say another sub-region that I'm most bullish on is the Max Q Business Park next to the Albuquerque Sunport, also unincorporated Bernalillo County land. We have 2 projects that are very close looking at that particular area. And so I wish I had a more kind of direct answer for you, Commissioner Benson.
No,
I do see a good distribution around the metro, and it oftentimes centers around land availability, existing space availability, because the workforce proximity is there, to your point. You know, an Albuquerque resident has no issue driving to the Village of Los Lunas for work if there's a job opportunity that they're willing to go for there, and vice versa. And so we do look at markets as a regional economy for sure.
Thank you. Well, that's good. That was what I was hoping for. If we can raise our tax base with jobs, then ultimately it's good for the whole community, but for us as commissioners, that's good news. I guess one last point of clarification. What would you say provides the most competitive edge for communities? If you could name like 1 or 2 or maybe 3 items, like in order, what makes communities most competitive?
Speed, simplicity,
And
and
I'm going to
certainty.
ask, go ahead.
Madam Chair, I apologize. Commissioner Benson, I'll go back to the 3 attributes during the presentation: speed, simplicity, and certainty. We have to be faster than our competition. We have to be clearer than our competition in our processes, and we have to reduce risk amongst and against other communities nationwide.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Benson. I feel like these are such important conversations. I learned a lot of folks' ideas and perspectives, so I think this is important. And we have a big agenda ahead, so thank you so much for your time. Yes.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
Just
Commissioner.
one quick comment, and I'd just like to quickly follow up on a theme that I mentioned earlier in terms of location, and just make a pitch for, and I know something you all think about, is something I preach a lot about here to varying degree of success, I guess, is the idea of community engagement with, some sites it's not an issue, obviously. Other sites it could, because I know you do it with a whole range of businesses. And just from my short time being here and talking to a variety of different companies and different projects, and I found, at least they've told me, that the experience of going to the community and having these conversations where it's an issue, because it's not always an issue, has been important for them and have been helpful for them. And sometimes too much to their surprise, that's been because they've learned so much about the project, and it actually helped with the project and sometimes gain support, and maybe not, but if you're gonna have a problem, you might as well know at the beginning, right, than at the end. So I just like to make a pitch for that, continue talking about that. It's in my view of the world, it never hurts to have these conversations with the community that you're trying to serve. It's a win-win. I don't see the downside to it at all, and there's so much upside, and I've had people tell me that they've experienced that upside after going to the community and them allaying the concerns they might have had, and then suddenly getting a letter of support from a neighborhood they thought might be opposing them. So anyway, for what it's worth. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Baca, and agree. My last comment will be that in the, when we're talking about, and Commissioner Benson mentioned and others mentioned, like, I don't think we ever want to turn our nose up to any kind, and that's why I think the data being more clear is more transparent. We see where our folks are falling and what we might need to provide otherwise for education or job trades or training. So agree that we need clear transparency around the jobs that we are creating, and never to turn our nose. We are already working the hardest, lowest paying jobs in my community. So let's just see it and then strategize from there. So thank you for this great conversation and presentation. We'll move on to item number 6, approval of the consent agenda. Madam Clerk, please provide resolution numbers for items 6E, F, G, H, and 6I. The consent agenda has been published and made available to the public.
Yes, Madam Chair. Item 6E is AR 2026-16. 6F is AR 2026-17. 6G, AR 2026-18. 6H, AR 2026-19. 6I is AR 2026-20. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I move to approve the consent agenda. Can I have a second?
Madam Chair, before
Yes,
the vote, we did have an add-on item, and it would become item 6K. This is the DPS Law Enforcement Retention Fund. So if Madam Clerk can issue one more number, please.
Yes, Madam Chair. And item 6K would be AR 2026-21.
Thank you.
I want to make sure I'm clear on that, Julie. Sorry. It is that, I thought that item 6J was moving to item 7A, but we're pulling off of, or is that 6K?
Madam Chair, so item 6J was pulled off, but item 6, it was originally 9B, was moved to consent as item 6K.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I do see the clarity. Okay, I want to make sure I know what I'm doing. Okay, can you please call the, we have a motion and a second. Can you please call the vote, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Madam Chair. Commissioner Benson.
Commissioner
Madam Chair.
Benson, you're still on mute if you're talking.
Commissioner Olivas.
Yes.
Oh, there you go.
Commissioner Benson.
Yes.
Commissioner Barbara Baca.
Yes.
Vice Chair Frank Baca.
Yes.
Madam Chair Barboa.
Yes, thank you.
And Madam Chair, if I may, a point of clarification, I believe item 6K is actually FR 2026-21. Is that
Correct.
accurate? Okay, thank you very much.
Same sequence, right?
2021, yes, it is.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to item then 7A, the DPS Law Enforcement Retention Fund.
Madam Chair, so
Correct?
items.
No, that's the wrong
Yeah.
one. Sorry.
So 6J
6J.
was moved to become 7A.
Second.
Yes.
Okay, item 7A, technical services. 6Js, yes. Please present.
Good evening, Chair Barboa, Commissioners, and Madam County Manager. My name is Ryan Lopez. I'm the Director of Technical Services with Bernalillo County Public Works. This evening, I'm here to request your approval to submit the county's fiscal year 2027 local government road fund application to the New Mexico Department of Transportation. The local government road fund administered by the NMDOT includes 3 programs. The County Arterial Program, which focuses on major county roadways, the Cooperative Program, which supports local and collector roads, and the School Bus Route Program, which addresses roads used for student transportation. Together, these programs provide state funding assistance for the construction, reconstruction, and rehabilitation of eligible county roads, provided those roads are on the county's road list. On January 5th, the NMDOT issued the annual call for projects for fiscal year 2027. The county is required to submit its application by March 15th, 2026. If approved, we anticipate receiving the funding agreements in late summer of 26, with construction beginning in summer of 2027, depending on the final award amounts and project readiness. While the total value of roadway needs exceeds the funding expected to be awarded, these programs remain a critical source of funding to address safety, payment condition, and mobility across the unincorporated county. Each program requires a local match, with NMDOT funding 75% of eligible project costs and the county providing the remaining 25% out of bonds. This approval will allow staff to move forward and meet the NMDOT's deadline. With that, Madam Chair Barboa, this concludes my presentation, and I will stand for any questions.
Madam Chair, I move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Second. Okay, we have a approval and a second. Please call the roll.
Madam Chair, sorry.
Oh, discussion. Did you have discussion?
Yes, thank you,
Sorry.
Madam Chair. So I wanted to pull this item from consent really just to highlight a couple of things and maybe ask the director and the DCM to opine. But Commissioner Frank Baca and I in particular struggle with roads, the condition of roads in our districts, and just the immense need of the community to see better roads, safer roads. And now in the winter season in particular, right, we get a lot of complaints about snow, and unfortunately we haven't had too much of it this year, but I just want to highlight that gap. I mean, the need that you're just listing in these 3 program areas where you have projects identified is 15 million. And the application, if we get it, is like 800,000. So if I'm rounding a little bit, but you know, that's a drop in the bucket, and that's just one piece of the roadway network that needs $15 million. And, you know, to put that in perspective, later we have the debt management policy. That is, this is like, that would be 1/2 of our whole bond issue just to do these handful of roads that need work. So the need is just really vast, and as we go into budget season and we think about, you know, our jobs up here on the dais and working with the county manager and all the staff, we've got to figure this out because the need is growing, not decreasing. And, you know, we just heard mention of a Trisco Vista is going to be this really hot corridor for development. Well, that's going to take more investment on the public side, right? We're going to get more traffic. We're going to need more lanes. And I know there's plans for all of that, but that's more money that we don't have. So I don't have the solution for that, but I wanted to highlight that and maybe ask you, there's a couple things coming down the pipeline that you might be able to highlight that could make a difference.
Madam Chair Barboa, Commissioner Olivas, thanks for pointing that out. And I do want to add for clarification, even with that $15 million road list, that road list is our roads that just basically need repaving. We typically don't use these funds on any of our complete streets where we're adding curb and gutter, sidewalk, or anything like that. We may do some minor drainage improvements like adding a culvert, but for the most part, we're just doing repaving. Or we're looking to take some of our existing roads we go to brown to black. So we take a base course road and we pave it to help reduce some of those maintenance needs, but it does highlight the need for additional funding. With that, I'm going to kind of hand it over to my Deputy County Manager.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioner Olivas, Deputy County Manager Elias Archuleta. While we are seeing some progress at the state level, we recently saw the legislature passed and the governor signed Senate Bill 2, which increases DOT's bonding capacity to $1.5 billion, which directly in the remaining part of the governor's administration and which is essentially for the remainder of the year will allow the DOT to bond an additional, I think, $320 million, which they intend to put that on their roads and free up road fund dollars where they've pledged to increase this local government road fund, which they say they want to double the amount in there. But as you pointed out, Commissioner, that's increasing $800,000 to maybe 1.6 million, which again is a drop in the bucket compared to our needs when we're trying to address it, at least in this case, a $15 million need. They've also pledged to dramatically increase the Transportation Project Fund, which is a competitive program that the county's been successful in, where we can use it for some of those larger projects. But as we've presented in the past, we're still looking at a sizable gap between what we need to do and what's expected. And simply even in our road maintenance, which as many of the commissioners, and I know Commissioner Frank Baca has mentioned where he has residents in the valley who said, you know, we haven't repaved their roads in over 40 years. And that's true because a lot of these are the local roads where they may be in fair condition, but they're going to continue to erode. So we are facing, even with help from the state level, we are facing a sizable gap. We use our county bonds. We also utilize our right-of-way use fees that we can use for pavement projects. But again, it allows us to simply address some of the more critical needs. So I would, we stand with you. We stand with the commission on the fact that additional road fundings are going to be needed for us simply to meet our condition needs.
Thank you, DCM and Director. Just to pin it, I want to just say, your team does an amazing job, and I love touting the fact that when I came onto the commission, it was around 11 miles of roads per year that you guys were rehabbing, and this last year we bumped it up to 50 plus because of the investments and the work of your team to do that work. So by no means is it that we're not making progress. It's just that there's a lot of literally miles to cover. So wanted to highlight that and thank you for your leadership.
Thank you for highlighting that. I really appreciate that update. Okay, is there any other questions? Yes, Vice Chair Baca.
Madam Chair, I raised my hand. I'm not sure if you see me or not.
I can see, well, sometimes I can, but yes, usually, thank you.
Okay, thank you for recognizing. And thank you for Commissioner Olivas to raise that issue. It is something I struggle with. Now, I will say that I appreciate this document that Public Works has provided to me. It's a 20-page document which of ongoing, or I'm not sure if that's the correct word, but planned projects in District 2 as we speak. There's, I don't know how many, 40 or 50 projects right here that are in various stages. Very few of actual construction. Most of them are in plan, design, 100% completed, or in the process of getting the additional funding. And so there is such a great need, and so I appreciate the comments by Commissioner Olivas that it's a big issue. The 1.5 billion obviously is going to be a huge boost to certain roads, the state roads, right, and free up other money as you indicated. And I've mentioned this before, that we are proposing, and I'm going to hope to bring in front of the commission here in the next couple of meetings, a proposal to develop a permanent road fund from a GRT standpoint. And I know there's issues with that in terms of capacity, and that's something I need to sit down and talk to Shirley about in the near future. But it's something that I've seen. I think I've sent you a draft already. Yourself and Mr. Lopez have had to take a look at it. Looking forward to get your response, because we tried to identify these various pools of money based on conversations with you. And as Commissioner Olivas said, there's not substantial in context of, in comparison to the need. And this is, this is a significant need that people have when in regards to getting to work, getting to school, drainage issues, whatever. So, so I will be hopefully getting that feedback from staff, from county manager and Shirley and you as well in the near future. I'd really like to have that on the agenda sometime soon in March, to have that discussion about a permanent road fund. And I will say that's not my idea. I will say that it came from one of our legislative representatives, Miguel Garcia, who's been thinking about that and talking about that for many years, and give credit where credit's due, and whether it works out or not, I don't know, but it really is his idea. He brought to my attention of the need for that. And I will say, then talking to our legislative delegation, including a email discussion I had last night after 9 o'clock with our state senator about a specific road project. It is high on their, as you all know, is high on their list of things to do for our constituents. So it's important for all of our elected officials, but it's more important for our constituents. And so we're going to be exploring other options that, would like to bring to the commission for their consideration in the next, month or so. Hopefully that'll also help address the issue. But anyway, thanks, as Commissioner Elias, thanks for what you do. I know there's a lot to do, and I know we ask you a lot of questions, and so having this, it helps us to provide answers and not to bug you guys so much, but appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions from DICE? Thank you very much, Mr. Lopez, for your always support. I have a motion to move. Can I get a second?
Madam Chair, we already moved and seconded.
Oh, sorry. Well, please call the vote. Madam Clerk.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, can you clarify what your,
We are on item 7A that we pulled from the consent agenda, and we have had discussion now, and we have a motion and a second.
you're approving the item?
Yes.
Commissioner Olivas?
Yes.
Commissioner Benson?
Yes.
Commissioner Barba Baca?
Yes.
Vice Chair Frank Baca?
Yes.
Madam Chair Barboa?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. You have a two pass. Move to item 8, items 8, adoption resolution. Madam Clerk, please issue resolution numbers for 8A and B. And 8A is now the holding data center projects accountable, and B is now resolution recognizing public safety.
Yes, Madam Chair. The new 8A is AR 2026-22, and 8B is AR 2026-23.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
We will move on to 8A, holding data center projects accountable. Commissioner Eric Olivas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in front of us today, there is a revised version of the draft that we have all seen and debated over the course of the last month. 3 meetings now that this has been published and talked about, getting public comment in many forms, right? People calling me. I've talked to several folks on the phone, emails going to all of us. I've tried to respond individually to almost every one of those. There's been quite a few. And meeting with stakeholder groups. And, at our last meeting, I pledged that I was going to meet with the governor's staff. We had a good, productive meeting, and also met with some folks in the labor community, right, our labor leaders. And so the revised version, I think, is really an even better version of what I was already very confident in, that I think this is the right policy choice for us to make. And I alluded to this earlier in some of my comments, but just fundamentally believe that when private enterprises, businesses want to eat at the public trough, they have a special responsibility to the public, right? There's a special expectation there that we should hold them accountable to, and that's our job, right? Collectively, the county administration and the county commission. And so these are choices that we are able to make on behalf of our citizens, our constituents that we represent. And so I just think this continues to ask for some basic expectations. Actually, I won't say they're basic. I think they're significant expectations, right? These are expectations that challenge the developers of these projects to be very accountable and very high quality in our community, because the point that I made at the last meeting, right, is that this can be done. Almost every one of the things in here has already been done in Las Lunas. It's not very far a drive for any of us to go. Commissioner Baca and I are actually going to go take a tour next week. Looking forward to that. And so this is achievable. And Meta in Las Lunas has offset, they claim, 200% of their water. They have built renewable energy projects in 9 counties, 13 different projects. That's a huge economic benefit, and they're also fully renewable. So they have demonstrated that with the will, it can be done. And so all we're asking is that we hold other companies to essentially at least the same standard as Meta. And I'm not a huge fan of the mega tech companies, any of them, Microsoft, Meta, Amazon, whoever you want to name. I think there's way too much power concentrated there. But that's not what this is about, right? This is about a specific question with data centers, and when they come to us asking for public money to invest in their projects, to lower their tax liability to our community. So we are giving them lower taxes, and in exchange, we are asking them for a high standard. So largely unchanged, some of these things. I said there was a red line. We're going to continue to demand water. Water is critical in our region. Already have talked extensively about the shortages we face there, and this continues to hold a very high standard, requiring a full offset of all of their water use, and even goes further with a water reclamation and reuse plan. So really holding them accountable on water. On renewables, we continue to hold a high renewable standard here, that these projects have to use renewable energy regardless of which form they take. Later on, we're going to be talking about legislative priorities, and there is some action happening at the legislature on the microgrid issue, but it hasn't happened, and we can't count on it to happen until it's done, right? There's a lot of runway there. So this says we're going to do that independently of whatever the state does. But this also honors the work the state, the governor, the legislature have done on things like the Energy Transition Act, right, which is specifically mentioned in here, that's a critical piece of legislation for moving our state forward on climate. And so this just accelerates that a little bit more, which again, Meta showed can be done. And then lastly, on labor, right, this ensures protections for labor. It ensures investment in our local community. So working with our labor groups, we are asking that project labor agreements be reached with these developers, right? That gives a little bit more flexibility to developers, depending on what local workforce availability is. But in some cases, that might actually mean a higher standard than what was in here. In some cases, it might be a lower, right? It's going to depend on those individual negotiations. But the important part to remember is that labor is at the table in those negotiations. So in many ways, it puts more eyes on the incentive structure, right? Not just us, not just our team, but labor is involved there, holding developers accountable. And then good wages, right? This also really indexes to say, we want to make sure that these facilities have really good wages, which again, Meta has shown this is possible. HVAC technicians at Meta, $190,000 a year or more for an HVAC technician. So these are, there can be really good jobs. And so we're just, again, we're asking that if you're going to use public money, we have a trust with the public, and our job is to make sure that that's spent wisely. And so I believe that's what this does. This just ties our public incentives to a set of standards. They are high standards, but I think they're standards we can all be proud of, and we can go back to our constituents and share that we are, in fact, holding these developers accountable if they come to us for public money. So with that, Madam Chair, I move adoption of the resolution.
Second.
I'll second. Okay, we have a motion, a second. Open for discussion.
Madam Chair, just for clarity of the published agenda item, there are two versions, option A and option B. Option B, obviously with Commissioner Olivas's explanation, differs from the originally introduced item. So the board will need to consider approving the amendments and adopting option B as the one that they will be moving forward with.
Madam Chair, I'll clarify my motion is to adopt option B and the amendments contained therein.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Thanks for the clarity. Thank you, Julie. I see Commissioner Benson's hand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I apologize for my camera. I'm having technical difficulties, but thank you, Commissioner Olivas, for your willingness to meet with so many groups from economic development to the labor and for putting some continued additional thought into this. I think it is possible to do all these things, but my overall concern is just additional requirements which make it look like we're not interested in business. I know that's not your intent, but I do think it's just adding a certain level of bureaucracy that's not needed. So I do support the amendments for sure, and I will vote in favor, but not for the passage of the overall ordinance. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Benson. Any other comments, questions?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Baca.
Just very briefly, I think the Commissioner Olivas gave a very good description here. I do want to thank him also for reaching out and taking the time to incorporate a lot of the comments that we've received from the community. Particularly the water needs of the project need to be fully offset. That's so important on these data centers, so important in this arid and aridification that we're dealing with climate change, and super important in my district on the west side where these may go. It is important to state that this is, if we are going to give tax subsidies or tax abatements, that these high bars need to be set for our community. So I'm in complete agreement with those and the power or alternative energy. And also, I think that it's really important that that they did bring, or Commissioner did bring labor to the table and talked about some changes from the original one. And so I think this is a much stronger bill with these amendments. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Barbara Baca. Do you have any? Yes, Commissioner Frank Baca, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I too support this version of the resolution, and you know, I think that there are obviously people in the community, people in this room that are in favor of not having data centers at all, to ban them or have a moratorium or something, and I don't know that that is the purview of this body, quite frankly, as opposed to it being a, you know, a legislative initiative if and when somebody wishes to, or in fact, I thought I saw a bill that was floating up there and may be wrong to address that issue, but I think that may be where it belongs, because the truth of the matter, as we've discussed at previous meetings, is that somebody can easily just do whatever they want right now as we speak without ever talking to Bernalillo County. And they can do it in Sandoval County, Valencia County, or they can do it in the city of Albuquerque. So that's just the reality. But I think the approach this is taking is a good approach in terms of if somebody, as Commissioner Elias and Barbara Baca have said, if somebody is looking for incentives, then be a good community member. Be a community member and realize it goes two ways. So to just realize what it does and what it doesn't do, and I think these are reasonable guidelines and apparently already being accomplished at the Meta Center in Valencia County. I do love the registered apprenticeship program, because I have heard from several people that that's an issue. Just finding the qualified labor is an issue, and so anything that supports the idea of training those tradespeople that they need now and in the future, I think is a good thing. So I appreciate the effort that went into this, the thought that went into this, and it's not, I'm sure it's not perfect. There could be more that we do or be less, but I don't really think, and I understand Commissioner Benson's view that we're not open to business, but I hear that. But I think this conversation being held all over the country, every state, every data center, and there's, as I said last time, 5,000 of them already in existence. So I don't know that to be the case. I think what is sending the message is that we're not patsies. We're not just going to give away the store. We're not patsies. If you want our money, then bring something to the table. And I think that's a wise approach. So anyway, so that's all I have to say, but I do support the motion, this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have a couple of comments to say. Thank you for bringing this again. I really always appreciate the forward thinking. I've heard a lot of comments, including that New Mexico is a quantum tech hub, which we have known. All of the globe's biggest technologies, technologies that some have been used as weapons, had their start here. And there's a reason for that. But I also know that part of our history, and I actually learned from Dr. Sofia Martinez, who also provided public comment, that New Mexico for the United States has also been a large dumping ground for toxins. And we have some of the most major Superfund sites. We store nuclear waste. People ship their trash and waste into our state, and that's been permitted. And so when I think about what we can do as the Bernalillo County Commission, the kind of guardrails we can provide, the kind of authority we do have, I'm excited that if what is true, that people are saying that this would deter for these kind of centers that want to use our water, if this would deter them, then that is the reason that I am voting for it. But unfortunately, I also know that I hear all the time that one thing we do is going to chase all the businesses away, and I have not seen that actually happen yet. But I'm always open to learning more. What I also learned in this process, that what I'm most excited about is that these kind of conversations, this kind of legislation has forced us to have the conversations that we've been waiting too long to have. And so I've actually myself also tried to figure out what's behind this, heard from all different sides of the view. And I also learned from Representative Janelle Ananornu that, who toured that data center, that those were specifically made to work in arid climates because they can do this super duper efficient use of water. And it's like the absolute most efficient ever. But it requires that you be in an arid climate, a climate without humidity, without water. And I'm far from being the most brilliant person in the room, but maybe we need to ask AI how they can create data centers that can get naturally cooled with maybe using our current. Maybe Montana would have a cooler climate, more water, would have the opportune place. Maybe that's something we need to ask AI. I heard a lot about also people talking about that the future is AI. If that's true, which it seems that it is, right? Then I don't know a day that they would ever need tax breaks. So I think there is only so much we can do as a county commission, and I'm proud to support this bill and to support this resolution. I think there's always more we can do, and I hope we continue to learn and grow and create the guardrails that our communities need, that our life-giving water that is very sacred needs. So thank you. Any further comments or discussion? Commissioner Olivas, would you like to close this out?
Sure, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just close briefly. I neglected to point out too that our staff provided a very detailed analysis on this that was made available to us late yesterday. And so I hope we all have a chance to kind of look through that. In particular, I want to highlight the work of the natural resources section and our sustainability section that put together a really thoughtful and detailed analysis of the different technologies that some of these centers use, what the environmental impacts of those technologies are. And frankly, they added even other areas that we need to consider that this bill doesn't, right? That some of the things that were mentioned were things like land use considerations, the amount of land that these facilities can use sometimes, and are we thinking about that from a planning framework and, a natural landscape framework, right? Where should those go? How does that affect the natural ecosystem and all the other things around it? So really some thoughtful analysis there. And so just wanted to call that out and appreciate that. And just close in saying that I think this is the right move. It's only conditioned on public incentives. To Commissioner Baca's point there, he talked about they could go to Las Lunas, they could go to Sandoval County, they could go to Santa Fe County, Doña Ana County. They could also come here and pay for it themselves, right? That is an option in this framework. You don't have to have public incentives, and we have plenty of big mega tech companies like Amazon that came to our community and came to our permit counter and said, how much do we write the check for to get the permit to build this facility we want to build, right? They didn't ask us for anything. They just asked us how fast they could go. And so that's always an option, and that's a great option, especially for some of these companies that are so well-resourced. If you don't want to jump through the hoops, they have a lot of money to do that themselves. So I think that's an important thing to just continue to emphasize. This is only if you're asking for public money, then we're going to hold you to a high standard. So with that, Madam Chair, I move adoption of the resolution.
Thank you. Motion's been seconded. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, Madam Chair. Commissioner Olivas.
Actually, excuse me, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I wanted to make a clarification again of the motion before we vote. Legal advice
Option B.
Well, that we need to adopt option B as an amendment and then vote on the plan. So I would move the amendments suggested in option B.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll on the amendment.
Commissioner Olivas,
Yes.
Commissioner Benson,
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. This is a vote for the amendments.
For
correct.
the amendments, yes.
Thank you. Yes.
Commissioner Barbara Baca,
Yes.
Vice Chair Frank Baca,
Yes.
Madam Chair Barboa.
Yes.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may, real quick before I make the next motion, I had one more question probably for the county manager. Is there a need here to insert an additional language to ask for the incorporation of this resolution into the EDD policies and procedures? Because I just want to make sure that it's writing in the right vehicle. This is setting the policy, but there may be another vehicle where it lives.
So actually what I was assuming is that this would have to be based in our policies. So once you take an action, we would incorporate this into our policy framework. I think the bigger question for all of you is, as we consider future policies relative to economic development, how all of these get braided together. And then what the staff is going to need a little time to figure out is more around implementation, which I was actually taking some notes. I have some thoughts about how we can get there.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll take that as a note.
Yes.
It's probably not necessary.
Yeah,
Okay.
unnecessary.
Oh, and so with that, Madam Chair, I'd move adoption of the amended resolution.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Olivas.
Yes.
Commissioner Benson,
No.
Commissioner Barbara Baca,
Yes.
Vice Chair Frank Baca,
Yes.
Madam Chair Barboa.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have it to pass. We will now move to item 8B, which is emergency communications. Deputy County Manager of Public Safety, Greg Pettis, to present. It's hard for me not to say chief when I'm about to say your name.
Here, go ahead. Madam Chair, Commissioners, always a pleasure to be before you. Greg Pettis, Deputy County Manager for Public Safety. This evening, I am joined by a number of great individuals that represent our dispatch center, as well as President of our White Collar ASME Union and the Director from the Sandoval County Dispatch Center, Yvonne Fox. So thank you all for your support. Before you tonight is a motion to approve a resolution recognizing public safety telecommunicators as first responders and as critical infrastructure within public safety framework. So anybody who has had to contact 911 and relied on the voice on the other end of that line to begin life-saving measures, or a deputy who's been in the field, or a firefighter who's relied on the calm, reassuring voice to help get them to a scene safely so that they could then render aid, truly understands the importance of our 911 dispatchers, who in my humble opinion are the true heroes in the first responder network. Tonight, Bernalillo County has the opportunity to do something not many counties have done yet, and that is to recognize these men and women for the true heroes that they are, and that is public safety, telecommunicators, and dispatchers. So I ask Commission for your approval tonight to recognize our 911 dispatchers as part of the public safety umbrella. I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Deputy County Manager Greg Pettis. Any comments, questions from the dais? Yes, Commissioner Walt Benson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Chief. Chief, I've been arguing for this for years now, and anybody who has called 911 knows that the first responders are the ones that pick up the phone. And what has been most inspiring watching the 911 operators is how they just go from emergency to emergency without a break. They'll hang up the phone when the law enforcement or fire or emergency services get there, and then they pick up the phone for the next emergency without that closure that that comes from being on site. And so, I just think they're amazing, and I support this wholeheartedly. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Benson. Any other comments, discussion?
Madam Chair, I'd move approval.
Thank you. A second?
And if I
Any
may?
other? Yes, go ahead.
Just want to reiterate what Commissioner Benson just said. I think it's a powerful visual too that we have the sheriff's team up there standing with our emergency dispatchers. This is a team, and fire is also embedded in that center. Again, it's another area that the commission's invested heavily in the last several years, and I think you all have an incredible job that I think is under-recognized from the perspective of the other more, well, they're on the site, right? Our deputies and our firefighters, right? They're in the trenches, but you guys are there, right there with them, actually there before them, just in a virtual sense. So the work you do is really important, and I think it's important that you're recognized for that trauma, that situations that you are living with the deputies and with the fire rescue personnel. So it's only right that we sort of recognize that position that you all put yourselves in and put you on equal footing with law enforcement and fire. So I think that's really important that we support this, and I hope that we continue to advocate for this in what's left of the legislative session, and if it doesn't pass, let's regroup and continue to push that forward and build a bigger coalition. So thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion and a pass. Thank you all. Yes, Vice Chair Baca.
Just want to echo those comments by Commissioner Benson and Olivas. I had the opportunity to tour the facility, 6, 7, 8 months ago, and just incredibly impressed by the dedication of the work and the skill that you all apply to your job every day. And so, yeah, I think we all owe you a debt of gratitude for your work, and certainly this is, a no-brainer for me. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Barbara Baca.
I just also wanted to echo that and thank you all for being here today and your show of camaraderie and support and the support that you provide to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your work. Thank you for bringing this forward, Deputy County Manager Predis.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you on behalf of all of our dispatchers, those in the room and those working tonight on the radio. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. We're moving on to introductions of resolutions. So all resolutions.
Madam Chair,
require.
if we could
Yes,
get a roll
thank
call vote, please.
Oh, gosh. Sorry, it's getting that late. Madam Clerk, please call the roll for item 8B.
Commissioner, excuse me, Commissioner Olivas,
Yes.
Commissioner Benson,
Yes.
Commissioner Barbara Baca,
Yes.
Vice Chair Frank Baca,
Yes.
Madam Chair Barboa.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you. Oh, yes. Okay, now we will move on to item 9, introduction of resolutions. All resolutions require 2 hearings before final approval, except in cases of special exception. The first hearing will serve as the resolution's introduction. The public is encouraged to review the introduction resolutions and sign up to ask questions or provide public comments or reach out to your commissioner. The filing items will be returned at a subsequent meeting for final adoption consideration. Okay, item finance, opioid funding budget, senior fiscal analyst Audra Garcia Martinez to present, please.
Thank you. My name is Audra Garcia Martinez, Senior Financial Fiscal Analyst for the Finance Division. Today, Finance is requesting an approval for the introduction of a financial resolution accepting and budgeting funding for the opioid fund in the amount of $3,763,265.57. On November 13th, 2025, Bernalillo County received its second distribution from the New Mexico Department of Justice, which is formerly the Office of the Attorney General's Office, from various distributors in the amount of $3,763,265.57, based on the settlements received as of September 30th of 2025. The county has received a total of 29 million of settlement payments as of 11/13/2025. 21.8 million has been received from the New Mexico Department of Justice. 6.7 million has been received directly from the distributors, and 838,000 has been received from other settlements. The initial settlement amounts from the distributor sources at the time was the $65 million, and it would be distributed from 2022 to 2038. If the introduction is approved, Finance will submit for final approval of the financial resolution at the February 25th BCC administrative meeting. And I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia Martinez. And I move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Open for discussion or questions. Anyone have comments, questions?
I do, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you.
One question, can anyone tell me how much of that 28 million that we've received has been spent or assigned by this commission to a role?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Olivas, I can tell you that currently the opioid settlement cash on hand is $19,193,955.93. That is what is on hand. We have encumbered and spent $1,476,479.38 as of 1/31/2026. And I would have to get back to you on what this commission has approved.
Okay, no, I think that the cash on hand kind of answers the question of at least sort of what has been spent.
Yes.
And then yeah, so if somebody can follow up at some point, that's something that we spent a significant amount of time and the chair and I have spent a lot of time working on that, all of us actually, particularly on the Local Government Coordinating Commission, and I just want to have a good understanding of what we have and what the plan is. And I know I've asked DCM Lindstrom, the county manager, that we want to see the plan for the remaining allocation that is uncommitted by the LGCC framework. So,
and Commissioner Olivas, I can also tell you that 1.2 million has been sent to the Keep New Mexico Alive campaign, which we have received 300,000 from the city of Albuquerque. 276,398 has been spent from the MDC program. And 303,351 was given to the YSC program, with 296,325 remaining, and 290,161.44 was for the 105 Texas.
and DCM Reagan, I think you wanted to wait.
Yes, I was just going to say that the difference, everything has been approved by the commission. It's either been individual agenda items that were brought forth, like for YSC and MDC, and then the other dollars that are either encumbered or getting ready to be spent are tied to the opioid strategic plan that Dr. Lindstrom is administering.
Thank you so
We'll
much,
get you
because that
other
was
details.
exactly
Thank you.
going to be my next question, was how is this tied to our strategic plan? So thank you for answering that, Director DCM Shirley Reagan. Any other comments from my commission? I can't see you, so okay, you are. Okay. Well, I'm glad to see this moving on. Thanks for those questions. They were good clarity, and thanks for the information. We have a motion approval. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes.
Motion and second.
Commissioner Olivas,
Yes.
Commissioner Benson,
Yes.
Commissioner Barba Baca.
Yes.
Vice Chair Frank Baca.
Yes.
Madam Chair Barboa.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item D, or On to item 8, information technology, Workiva financial reporting software. Mr. CIO Robert Benavides. Oh, hello, it's nice.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Jackie Sanchez, Director of Accounting and Budget. This agenda applies to the automation and creation of the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, ACFR, and the Popular Annual Financial Report, PAFR, as well as a single audit financial reporting. There are 4 motions that I bring before you, and the first one is to introduce a financial resolution in the amount of $400.3 thousand. This is to appropriate the budget fund balance. This is for the Workiva financial reporting module and implementation. This would be funded through the technology reserves. A motion to approve the introduction utilizing the Omnia SHI co-op agreement. And this is for the Workiva software and the FH Black implementation. In addition, authorizing the county manager to execute changes and signature authority up to $300,000. Workiva offers the tool to promote government financial reporting, to automate, create efficiencies and accuracy. This would reduce manual processes, and it also has a feature for multi-user access versus the single user access that we currently work with at this time with the ProPFX software. Now, ProPFX software is basically an enhanced version of Excel. This would align with our biannual budget book reporting, which we have recently implemented through Workiva. This would also align with the software that our external auditors use and other external auditors known. Local entities within the area use Workiva, particularly City of Albuquerque. This reflects many benefits that Workiva offers, but I'd like to call out a very important one. And this has to do with the linking. So currently, if we make any changes within the financial reporting, sometimes the links break or it touches many areas. And so with Workiva, it would be automated. We wouldn't have to face those issues that we face today. This would reduce errors and it would eliminate rework. These are the cost benefits. I would like to highlight that it would be a prime time saver of 40 to 70%. Our financial process, reporting process begins July 1st and typically runs all the way till we present to the Board of County Commissioners for acceptance in December or January. FH Black will be assisting with implementing the final output, and they're going to use the FY25 ACFR and PAFR and single audit, and that's going to be our basis. It would take approximately 16 weeks to implement, and the project would begin on March 2nd, and we would be ready by July 1st to begin to execute the new FY26 financial reporting. I stand for questions.
I move approval.
Second, thank you. Madam Clerk, any discussion, questions? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Olivas.
Yes.
Commissioner Benson.
Yes.
Commissioner Barbara Baca.
Yes.
Vice Chair Frank Baca.
Yes.
Madam Chair Barboa.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners.
Thank you, Ms. Jackie Sanchez. Moving on to items 10, approvals. We have a 10A, elected official salary adjustment for terms beginning. Sponsored Vice Chair Frank Baca.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of items here, which were discussed at the last meeting. I wasn't clear as to whether or not we had voted on them or had made a decision, but as we received a report today and advised that that we had deferred or referred these rather to our ethics board for review, and they have dutifully met today, if I'm not mistaken, and prepared a report. And so I'm anxious to just hear from them briefly about that. And then the second component of that is something that that I brought forward that was not discussed as previously, and that was an amendment to what we have approved at the previous meeting for compensation for the sheriff. And the basis for that was information that had been provided to me about comparison to other people with similar levels of responsibility, and having fully appreciated the nature of that job being literally 24/7. There is no time that you're off, out of town, in town, weekends, nights, and I don't know that there's many of us that experience that unless you've been in a law enforcement capacity where you're just on call, period. It doesn't matter what you're doing, the family, holiday, birthday, you just have to be available. And so because of that, and because of the other information that been presented to me about the pay disparity, I wanted to bring this forward. And I also wanted to sort of make the comment that I'm sure I made before about just generally how important it is to make sure we fully compensate people, all of our employees, on whatever level of responsibility. But I do think that that in this state, there is still that sense of that we're paying people too much, and I just will dispute that. And I had a personal experience with this. I want to just briefly state, I'm on an organization that was recruiting a executive director in a relatively high-level position. We had 3 finalists. Interestingly, 2 of the finalists were out of state. 1 was from in-state. Of those out-of-state applicants, who all 3 of them had similar experience, I would say, and levels of responsibility. The 2 from out of state, their salary, every single one over the last 15, 18 years or so, exceeded by a substantial amount, 120,000. Most of them were in the 150, 180, 195,000 range. And the one applicant from this state who had similar experience and qualifications, his highest pay in this state was less than $100,000. In fact, it was about $90,000. And I think that's just a mindset that we have in this state. And I will remind folks that, you know, of things I've actually written in the Albuquerque Journal when we hired our awesome county manager in regards to salary. And I will defend that, and it will in the future. We simply have to, in my opinion, get over this idea that we're not paying people, that we're paying people too much. If they don't deserve, somehow we in New Mexico don't deserve these salaries for jobs of every level of responsibility. And I sort of thought we got over that during the pandemic and COVID, when we started thinking about the people that were essential workers, right? And I think people started thinking about that a little bit differently, but I don't think I think that was short-lived. And I just think that as a general rule, our biggest asset is not this building that we paid $2.5 million for and then spent $60 million to renovate. And I Googled that just the other day. Our biggest asset are these people in this room. This is where our investment should go, to the people in this room that are doing the work, and not in these beautiful buildings that we are occupying as we speak. So anyway, that's just my stump speech in regards to my proposal to amend the salary that we had approved 2 weeks ago for a person who is and not the person, but for an office that is required to be on call 24/7, and through my experience, has been available, and I've seen it many times in that capacity be available. So I don't know if that fully followed the process that we set out before, and I understand that. But in any event, I would certainly like to hear from the Ethics Board in regard to those two issues that they were referred to, and if you care to opine on that third issue, that'd be great. If not, we could just discuss it up here.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. I'm Martha Brown, the Chair of the Bernalillo County County Code of Conduct Review Board, which I always have to look and check and make sure I'm getting all the B's and C's in. And with me today is Veronica Gonzalez, our Board Attorney, and Rocky Gutierrez, our Chief Compliance Officer. We did meet today, and we have prepared something that addresses the two items which we understood you wanted some guidance from us on. We did not address and leave to you all to address any issues having to do with adjustment of compensation of any of the elected officials beyond those two issues. So I'm going to let Ms. Gonzalez present that.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Have you all been provided with a copy of the supplemental advisory opinion? Great. So if it's okay, if I may just read the conclusion from the review board earlier today into the record. The review board met and unanimously recommends a prospectively adopted chair differential of 10% above the baseline commissioner's salary, effective beginning January of 2027, paid pro rata during service as chair. In addition, the review board unanimously recommends against an automatic cost of living adjustment. Instead, the review board recommends a biennial salary review process, that's every 2 years, for elected official salaries. And I stand for questions unless you'd like me to give more information about the recommendation.
I think we're good there, and if people have more questions, we can ask directly. Thank you so much. So do we, let's discuss, since we have folks available. Do we have questions?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Olivas.
So I appreciate the efficiency of this board to have this to us today from your meeting that you had today. But I do want to raise a slight concern in that this is not through you all have been extremely efficient, but this that we've been given the opinion was not part of our agenda packet. So none of the public, nobody watching has any idea what we're talking about or what you're talking about. Your meeting was held like just hours ago. So I just wanted to point that out. I think it's very thoughtful, the opinion that you guys have put forward, and it answers those two questions. And so, I alluded to earlier that I was going to make an amendment to this. I don't really know what this is because it's not an approval, because there's nothing to approve, because the opinion you just issued isn't in our agenda. That's the point I was making at the beginning. So, I think that's kind of a separate issue. But I was going to make a motion, but unfortunately it's kind of duplicative with some of what you have already answered. But nevertheless, I think when we do address that, this that you submitted to us today still has to be part of that agenda item, right? What your recommendation is. So the item, the motion I was gonna make, I'll read it out, and I think it's still valid. The Bernalillo County Board of Commissioners request that the Code of Conduct Review Board issue an advisory opinion to the Board of Commissioners on the following matters. One, consider an additional stipend for the chairperson of the Board of Commissioners based on the additional workload and responsibilities of the chairperson. Checkbox, you guys have already done that. Number two, consider additional information as provided by the Bernalillo County Sheriff's Office regarding the duties and scope of work of the sheriff and compensation levels for position with similar responsibilities within the county organization and external to the county. And then third, consider a merit-based index for elected official compensation to limit the necessity for frequent consideration of salary adjustments for elected officials. Such an index might include indexing increases to median household income or median salary of households in the counties, so that increases in economic prosperity in the county at large are similarly reflected in elected officials' salaries. So we've already addressed that one as well. So you guys have done more than half of what my motion was going to suggest. And so just to briefly explain why. I think it's extremely important that this board stay out of direct salary decisions, which this would put us in. And I commend our sheriff. I think we have a tremendous sheriff, tremendous leadership, and the leaders he's picked directly below him in the org chart, seriously. And I think everyone, I mean, really almost everyone in the community probably agrees with me on that he's done a tremendous job. But I can rewind the clock here just like a couple years, and we had a different sheriff. And there was a lot of tension between the commission and that sheriff. And if the commission had had this kind of power, I could easily see the commission with just 3 votes saying, we're going to cut the sheriff's salary to $20,000 a year because we don't like him. He's not answering our questions. He won't come to the meetings. He's not doing what we say. He's misappropriating funds, right? All these things that were going on. So this can cut both ways. And I don't want that kind of even appearance. And that was why I opposed the original increases going all the way back to December 2024, is that the commission really needs to be at least 2 degrees of separation, or 3, whatever that means, separated by degrees from these kinds of decisions. And that's why I thought the last process was really good. The review board held a public process, by the way. Those were open public meetings. They had their consultant there. Any of the elected officials could have gone and talked about their feelings, their workload, their whatever, right? Those are open meetings. I ended up in one by accident, sort of. Didn't participate, but got to listen to what they were considering. And so we had an open public process for that, where anyone and everyone could have weighed in. And then it came to the Board of Commissioners, and, you know, we just adopted the recommendations, which I think is the cleanest way to do this. I actually have some more ideas for the future for how we can make it even cleaner to further remove the commission, because I just don't want to see us getting involved in picking winners and losers in that way. Believe it or not, right? We fight with each other, right? Commissions fight with other elected officials. We fight with one another sometimes, and you don't want that dynamic playing out in real-time salary adjustments that I realize take a few years to actually take effect because of elections and the way that those get implemented. But I just wanted, that's why this amendment is still very valid. The second point being, let's send this back to the review board. I'm sorry, I know you guys already met, you're doing your job. This doesn't have any timeline on that. But ask you guys to take one more look at that, giving the sheriff and his staff an opportunity to present the information that they have, and then bring that back to us so that we are not the ones deciding based on what is unequivocally good work that the sheriff and his team are doing. So I guess I'll make a motion to adopt the amendment, and I think the other 2 are still valid because they still need to be.
This is the introduction, yeah. And this is an introduction. So does that sound correct, Julie?
Madam
Wait,
Chair,
did
this
this-
item does not require introduction as it doesn't have a resolution or an ordinance, so it is for final adoption on the record.
Oh. So are we saying, would your motion then instruct the board to, would your amendment then, I have a question, Commissioner Olivas, is your amendment instructing the review board to make that recommendation and we come back for approval of
Correct.
that?
That is my thinking on how this would work. So it's the same as what we received at our last meeting where the review board gave us, and you may not have it in front of you because you're not here in the dais, but we have actually an advisory opinion from the review board that addresses 2 of these 3 concerns already. So it would basically just ask them to add one more thing to this, and then we would have the option of adopting this recommendation, or, well, a modified one. So this would just not instruct, but ask the review board to consider that additional piece of information.
Okay, that is correct?
Madam Chair?
Yes,
I'm not sure if you can see the dais. Mr. Vice Chair has his hand up.
okay, Vice Chair.
Madam Chair, thank you. Just a point of clarification, Commissioner Olivas. So in regards to the 2 items that we do have an opinion from, are you suggesting that we address those now or that they be also deferred for future consideration at the next meeting?
Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, because this opinion isn't public, right, I would ask that we roll all of that into one at a time when all of that information can be made public as to what the review board is recommending. Both this, I would assume they probably just keep the same recommendation because they've already acted on it, and then add that additional piece, which would open up the opportunity for the sheriff, for anybody else that wants to opine on that issue to do so publicly.
Thank you, Madam Chair, if I may, and I know Chair Brown has a comment as well too. But I just want to say that, and I don't disagree with that. I appreciate that approach. But I do also want to say that I do think it is our responsibility to make these decisions. I think we're not asking them to make the decisions. We're asking them to make a recommendation. They do. Is that not correct, Madam Chair and
That's right, an advisory opinion.
Right. So ultimately is our decision, and we've been granted that authority by the change of law 2 years ago. So it is something new, and as I expressed at our last meeting, I do have some concern, quite frankly, about any of us voting for a raise that will eventually get, whether in this term or the next term. That's just my personal philosophical concern. Legal counsel did not share that concern, which is fine. I'll take their advice, but I do have that concern. So I certainly understand the concern that you present as well in terms of that. But I think ultimately that is our responsibility to make these decisions, to make this job. We can, and I think I even saw that in your materials, to approve, disapprove, or modify it. And so I just think that's our role in this case, and not to completely say it's on the board. But I don't disagree. I guess the bottom line, I don't disagree in terms of that approach to having them go out and consider this 3rd issue and then come back to us at some point in time personally.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I guess I will second the motion because what I feel is amiss here is that we, I think as a body, felt very adamantly that a third party, and the board, the review board, the code of conduct board took great effort in looking at all of these elected official positions. They came back to us with a recommendation in the last meeting. We adopted that recommendation. I thought it was very good work. It was in the light of day. It was fully transparent, and that was decided. So I was, to be honest, was surprised to see this as an approval on our agenda item today. So I'm in favor of moving this back to the board. This is the first time I've seen, you just handed this to us today, and thank you for meeting so quickly. But, and maybe it seems redundant, but I do feel like all of these questions should be given back to the board to make their assessment separate from this body and come back with a recommendation, which is what we did already on all of these elected, including the sheriff. And I thought we had made that, we made that decision. So if there is new information that's being proposed, I think that it all should be considered by the review board and brought back to us, including, you don't have to do this work now. You can reconsider it together with the other information on the sheriff and bring it back to us, because that's full transparency. That's what we were advocating when we provided the task to the Code of Conduct Review Board. And you did a great job, thorough job, and we had already approved it. So I feel like that, the amendment is well, stated here. It was too fast as an approval item, and I'm not ready to vote for approval tonight. So I think the amendment does what we had intended initially.
Madam
Thank
Chair,
you.
if I may.
Yes.
On behalf of the board, we appreciate your confidence in us. However, I think that beyond these two pieces, which frankly were not, they fell within the scope of the things we had talked about before, and they were not hard to reach a decision on. I think to consider the kind of information that's been brought forward by the sheriff's office would, in my mind, require us to allow there to be similar information brought forward on behalf of all the other elected offices, because what we did is a market analysis. And it's very different from the kind of information that's being considered. Just as an example, if I read it correctly, and it's been a while because we weren't dealing with this today, I think the information suggested in the material we received from the sheriff's office indicated some idea of pegging compensation going forward of that elected official to deputy county managers. That is compensation of staff, which we are completely not involved with. So I think it would take definitely a lot of time to basically redo, I think on behalf of everybody, all the elected officials, to collect information that is in some sense parallel, or to give everybody an opportunity if that is the direction that the commission wants us to go. And to be able to do some kind of a very fair analysis that takes into account all of the elected offices that we are charged with making recommendations about.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So
Thank you for that.
isn't that what you already did for us through the market analysis? And you looked at all of the elected positions and you came back to us with the recommendations that we approved last meeting?
We did. We did a market analysis. It covered all the elected positions. It did not include our soliciting information, which would be the basis for changing one of our salary recommendations for one of the elected officials. We don't have parallel information from any other elected official office. And so to find a way other than the market analysis to justify the increase, I guess I can't figure out, and we haven't talked about it obviously as a board, but I can't figure out how we would, in fairness, evaluate that material where we have that kind of material for one office and not for the others.
I think what I'm hearing Ms. Brown say, right, is that that basis that we did last time was what they did, what they had and what they provided. And we are saying, yes, can we just have these extra things, which maybe some of the other stuff, but the piece around the sheriff specifically, he's bringing in other analysis, so it wouldn't be fair if she didn't then go and ask the treasurer and other commissioners. And so I think do we have suggestions? What discussions? I can't see folks, so if you're raising your hand, please. Vice Chair.
Madam Chair, if that's.
There, I could see now. Yes.
No, thank you, and I appreciate it. I hear the comments, I hear the perspective, and this is sort of, in our world, we've already decided this, and why we decide again, but the truth of the matter is this is a proposal, it's an amendment, and we do amendments to resolution and bills and laws all the time, and sector plans, all sorts of things that we deal with. So I don't think it's res judicata in the sense that we decided this and we can't do it again. I think it's just brought forward, and we can ask you to, to weigh in on it, and you can do it whatever you see fit, which is
But Vice Chair, I think if I may, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think what the problem is that's a lot of work ahead, and then it would have to go across the board. So if that is what you're asking, then let's discuss what that would take, and maybe ask the county manager, would it include, what kind of project? Are we talking about a timeline? I think that's a whole different, if we're accepting this amendment, is there?
And if I may mention, and I'm not asking for across the board, I'm specifically tailored to the sheriff. And I think if another office wanted to bring forward another proposal with other data, then they would be welcome to do that. But that's not what's on the table, at least not what I'm asking. I'm asking for one specific office to be reconsidered. And that's what I'm asking for, not across the board. And there's specific reasons why this office would be handled separately, and that is the nature of the duties being essentially round the clock 24/7, and new information that's been brought at least to my attention, that I think would justify that. Had I known this 2 weeks ago or before, I think I would have made this argument then, but I just wasn't made available to me. So I personally am not asking for across the board reconsideration, but that's not to say that somebody from the clerk's office wouldn't come in and Michelle and ask for that as well, and that would be something that would be considered. I also think that the time is not of the essence of this particular situation, because none of these three left would go into effect before January 2027, if I'm not mistaken about that. So I don't know that it has to be in 2 weeks or 4 weeks or 6 weeks or even 4 or 6 months, because I don't think it's anyone would go into effect in the near future. So I certainly appreciate the time and the diligence of your committee and looking at this. I get it, and it's a lot to ask, but it really is a situation that in a case it would be new evidence, new trial, and it's just for one particular office without any, at least on my part, any request for it to be done, because 2/3 of the work has already been done, and that 1/3 would be not necessarily urgent. It could be take 6 months from now, or for that matter, a year from now. That would be time. So anyway, that's my perspective on things. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Brown, or any other comment? Ms. Brown, I don't know if you wanted to respond at all to that, Ms. Brown. Or Ms. Gonzalez, or anyone.
I think the piece that particularly, I think we don't have a basis for deciding if it is a part, and again, I apologize, I read this, the sheriff materials some time ago and did not go back and look at them. But I believe that there was a suggestion that compensation in the future be tied to the levels for deputy county managers. And if that is something this board were asked to decide, I think we would have no basis to say why one elected position should be treated that way and not the others. So that piece I find difficult to think about how we could figure out how to give you a recommendation or an advisory opinion, because it has a lot to do with compensation of people who we have nothing to do with. And so, and can't really compare. And that's why I think, to be fair, that raises the issue to me of, is that something that's appropriate for any of the other elected officials who haven't brought materials forth?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Our old governor, Bruce King used to say,
Richard.
this opens a box of Pandora's, you know?
Yeah.
We already have given the direction to the Code of Conduct Review Board to come back to us with this based on a market analysis, based on the good work that they did, because we were directed by the legislature to take a look at, and we were given the authority to look at salaries for electeds in Bernalillo County. That work has already been done in a fair and equitable way, I believe, and you came back to us with the recommendations that we adopted. Taking one individual elected and moving it separately sets the precedent that I'm uncomfortable with. I mean, we really gave, it was a recommendation. We took it back. We could have at that time made adjustments to that, but I think wisely, we listened to the Code of Conduct Board and made that decision last time around. And so I'm comfortable with that decision that we made based on your recommendation. So I will offer that back to my colleague, Commissioner Baca.
And I see Commissioner Benson's hand has been up for some time. Sorry, I skipped you over. Commissioner Benson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the point is well made that to isolate one position, if we are going to ask an external ethics board to make this recommendation, and then to go back to them and say, well, we want an adjustment to this one position, I think the argument could be made, and I think the sheriff actually should be making more, just based on the risk. And I don't know, I think all sheriffs, and our current sheriff included, but I think the same argument could be made for our county clerk, who's kicking butt in her role, or the assessor, or any elected official. So to isolate one and put that back on the advisory board, when the argument was made that we would select the advisory board because of their ethical independence, it just doesn't sit right. And so I think if either we make a decision as a commission based on our own opinion and arguments, which we have the authority to do. But if we're going to be taking, if we really are going to be taking outside information from an outside board, which I wasn't even necessarily in favor of from the beginning, how it laid out. But now that we've gone that path, now to start tweaking their feedback to us defeats the purpose of going to them in the first place. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Benson. Yes.
I'm going to withdraw the amendment at this time with the consent of the seconder. Unfortunately, I don't think this is going to be productive to the conversation. I think the more I think about this, I actually think us tinkering here probably puts us in violation of our own ordinance, because our Code of Conduct ordinance really does set out how we're going to do this. And what we're doing now kind of just ignores what that ordinance says and how it says we're going to do it. So I don't think we can do this to begin with, quite frankly. And I'm going to work with the manager and the attorney very quickly to further amend that, because I just, the whole point of this was for us to not be tinkering with this stuff. And here we are tinkering away. Like way worse than we ever did before, right? The last vote that we objected to was a 15% or 10% or something across the board. Now we're going in and singling out individual officers, and I bet any of our other elected officials could come in and make a really compelling case to us that they too should have more based on probably good, compelling data, and there was an opportunity for that. I'm increasingly convinced that that opportunity was there. It will come up again because it is an ongoing process, and I think we need to respect that process that we built and we applied to ourselves voluntarily, we applied that ordinance. And so I think we need to live by that. So I withdraw the motion.
Okay, do we need, with withdrawal, that's it. He can withdraw his own motion. I don't have to vote on it, or nobody votes, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And so we are, Vice Chair Baca, back in your seat to, how do we want to handle this vote?
So, thank you, Madam Chair, and I certainly hear the discussion, and I appreciate the perspectives on this. I just think that this is not set in stone, and I'm not really clear exactly what part of our process we're not being followed, if in fact we go back to the board for advisory, because I think anybody can do that. I don't know if we're prevented from doing that, or if there's and please correct me if I'm wrong, is there a specific time frame that once we make the decision that we're precluded from making another decision?
Not to my knowledge, although of course we had scheduled all this work in order to have it available for candidates' declarations. And if I might, we have amended our advisory opinion with regard to two aspects of what you asked us about. Those, you can send it back to us and we'll look at them again if you want us to. But for our purposes, it is an addendum to the advisory opinion that, in our view, based on our meeting today, could be acted on by the commission.
Madam Chair, if I may, I hear the conversation, I understand and I appreciate it, my colleagues, their perspective. And I especially appreciate the concern that Commissioner Olivas has in regards to there not being public notice of this report. And if that's a concern from, the county manager's perspective or county attorney's perspective, I certainly would personally agree with that and support that idea that not be decided today, at least those two items, if that is a concern in terms of notice. And in regards to the third item, I mean, it could just be resolved very simply. I would make a motion to have that item also referred to you or separately, depending on what we decide in the other two, and just see if there's a second and go from there.
Okay, can you restate your motion?
So the first motion would be in regards to the two items regarding the cost of living and the stipend for the chair, I would move that those items be deferred till our next meeting. So there'll be full public notice of those two issues and the report that you have so dutifully prepared. That would be the first motion.
Second.
Second. Great, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, call the vote, please.
Yes, Madam Chair. Commissioner Olivas.
Yes.
Commissioner Benson.
No.
Commissioner Barbara Baca. Yes. Vice Chair Frank Baca.
Yes.
Madam Chair Barboa.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. And do you have an additional motion?
Yes, yes, Madam Chair. Thank you. And I would move to have the compensation of the sheriff, Bernalillo County Sheriff, be reviewed, and by referring it back to our ethics board, and the reasoning for that is quite frankly, it's very simple. For me, it is in light of new information that I personally did not have available to me, 2 weeks ago, and so I would move that item be referred to the ethics board for further consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a second? I want to, okay, we don't have a second. Vice Chair, do you want to close us? I make a comment that I believe that our sheriff is in honor of getting this raise. And I think to your point earlier, Vice Chair, that when you said that our body does have the ability to make that decision, I believe you're right in that. And so I feel after this discussion, not before, but after this discussion, I feel better about voting for that us and having, like Commissioner Benson also said, having the discussion here, deciding if we vote up and down. And yes, anybody can come to us and that commission would always get to make that decision. But so for that item in particular, I also agree with Commissioner Benson and what I think is the hard part is sending that particular item back to the review board would mean that if the clerk wanted to come, she'd have to go back to the review board. If the assessor wanted to come, she'd have to go back. If I wanted to ask for the commission to have a high raise, I'd have to also go to the review board. And I mean, I guess that's the part that feels like they've done their due process and we should take it. So that's where I'm in this discussion. I don't know if you have any response to that or if it's needed.
Oh, thank you,
Madam Chair.
Yes,
If I may,
Commissioner.
one item on this, just to, I don't know if we're, look, the problem here is again that we are tinkering and now we have no guardrails on this, right? The state legislature removed those guardrails. They entrusted us with that power, and now we are saying that we think it's acceptable, potentially, we didn't make that decision yet, but we haven't ruled it out, that we think it's acceptable to go in and change the salaries of individual offices outside of a real process, just based on information that is submitted to us by elected officials, by interest groups, by whoever, right? And then we are going to make those changes at any time during the year. It's just, we can't, I'm just imploring my colleagues, right? It requires us to give up a little bit of our power, right? We have to say, look, there are certain things that we just really need to be separated from this. And I think this is one of those where, those kinds of it's a powerful tool. And this commission could probably wield it reasonably wisely, I think. But, it's just the whole reason that I pushed very hard during our code of conduct amendment process, working with the chair, working with the board attorney and the board to insert that language that created this alternative process was to avoid this. And what this shows me is that I failed miserably because it didn't work. Because here we are again. And I truly believe we've got to buckle down. We've got to trust the process. This was the first time doing it. Maybe it wasn't perfect, but to put it in perspective, this salary goes from what I think is currently in the 60s, 50s to 142,000, just based on the recommendation that we adopted from the review board. That is a substantial change, as all of the electeds are seeing under this. And so I just think that maybe it doesn't get us all the way there, and there will be future iterations of this, but I really want to work and try to figure out a way to make this process, quite frankly, the way I think this needs to work, we need one more tweak to our ordinance, is to say that we vote up or down. That's it. They give us a recommendation, we vote up or down. So we can reject it or we can accept it. We cannot amend it. If we get ourselves in the business of amending this, we can put it on the floor at any time and amend it. And then it's completely useless. They do all this work, we agree that it's good work, and then middle of the session, middle of whatever we're doing, we can throw it on the floor and change it. And that's not what this was intended to be. I get the, anyway, I'll get off my soapbox there, but we still have some work to do.
Commissioner Olivas. Yeah, I have a question. I don't know who was asking, but I'm gonna ask a quick question. Commissioner Olivas, I mean, part of the recommendations, I believe, was that that they suggested today is that every 2 years, is that what the biannually review of salaries is? That the county, they're putting that on the county, a biannual review of salaries every 2 years. Would that not solve a lot of future worry? I think we're doing this to set a standard and I mean, we voted on this 2 weeks ago. So, and I agree that people should have been prepared at that time to ask for what they needed. And will the 2 years fix some of this that we're worried about setting precedent of people coming to?
Madam Chair, if I could answer, that's already in our ordinance. So the ordinance already has the 2-year review. So what is being recommended is already what is the law, and that's why I'm saying That's why I withdrew my
Or we
motion.
don't need to
because
raise this.
We don't need any, we kind of don't need any of this. Maybe just the thing for the chair, the cost of living, that was a little bit outside. We didn't ask for that in the ordinance. But the ordinance details when we can adjust those salaries. And I think we're outside of that.
Thank you
Madam
for
Chair,
that answer.
if I could
Yes.
add something. The board is, this first time we've done this, and it was on fairly short notice. It's not a perfect process, and I think our intention is to try to take advantage of insight from other players, the county manager's staff helped us, legal, and try to, the process, I think in our mind isn't set in stone, and so we are very, and maybe that's what all this tells us, is that there are improvements that could be made. And so I think we're very interested in hearing ideas about that.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. You just saved the day. No, thank you so much for everybody. I've learned so much this evening, and this has been a great discussion. So you do not have a second on your motion. I think we move now to the next item 10B, Capital Improvement Program, Chief of Government Affairs, Kathy Court, to present.
Good evening, Madam Chair Barboa and Commissioners. My name is Kathy Court, Chief of Government Affairs. I'm joined online by our contract lobbyists, Matt Munoz, Charlie Marquez, Ricky Lee Chavez, and I'm joined in person here by contract lobbyist Dan Weeks. I would like to share with you a legislative update. In front of you, I just printed for you today the most recent update that I can provide based on yesterday's look and review of some legislation. We have new bills to review with you today, and I've provided you updates as of yesterday for the bills you directed us to monitor, which are in yellow, and those you voted to support in green. And in your final pages of this document, we have some bills in blue that have been sent to the governor. So those bills have either been signed or are awaiting signature by the governor. So the motion before you tonight is, as we review these new pieces of legislation, we seek your guidance as to how you would like the administrative team and our contract lobbyists to proceed. What I thought I would do is go through the pieces of legislation in rose colored, because those are the ones that have been added since our last meeting of February 10th. If that's your pleasure, I can get started in that fashion.
That sounds good. That sounds great. Thank you.
Okay, great. So on page number 1 of your document, and this time I did number the pages for us, and line by line they're numbered, so hopefully we can get through this a little bit more easier. On page number 1, starting with line number 3, we have listed HB 17. You'll see the actions as of February 9th. This is still awaiting scheduling in several House committees, but I want to appreciate Commissioner Olivas, who has been speaking with the sponsor of this particular no, I'm sorry, I'm getting confused. This is not HB 117. This is HB 17. I need my glasses. It's getting late and I'm wearing my glasses and I still can't read document.
It's okay.
But anyway, this one is about dwelling units and certain accessory dwelling units in certain areas. There are some notes for you there by our planning director, Nick Ham, and economic development director, Marcos Gonzalez. It's really not moving right now, but they've offered you some input just in case you're interested, but it's not moving. So not doing a lot. The next several bills listed on page 1, HB 338, HB 82, 133, 170, SB 172, SB 174, SB 182. Some of these you'll notice are GRT related bills. Most of them are either awaiting scheduling or they're being considered in one tax package coming out of this session. So I stand for any questions on this page 1.
Madam Chair,
Thank you. Yes.
just for
Commissioner Rivas.
I guess to move us through these, I don't know, do we want to deal with them like what page at a time, a one at a time?
I mean, what I want to, my first question I think to ask is if that's, when it says referred or introduced, these have not been assigned committees?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, your final column H is what you're seeing the final action as of yesterday. So if it's been referred in column E, it just means that when it was first introduced, it was referred to particular committees. The status, I did put either they're germane or they're not germane. If they're not germane, we shouldn't be discussing.
So only then the one that's, if we're looking at column H, only the ones that say do pass have even passed one committee.
Exactly. You might notice like on HB, Madam Chair, Commissioners, on HB 82, for example, we do have a due pass in one committee, but awaiting scheduling in its second assigned committee. So sometimes legislation gets assigned to 2, 3, 4 committees.
Yeah.
So,
no, I mean, they're mostly usually 2, and we can even get lucky to get one at the end. But at this point, if you've only gotten past one committee, and if you have not gotten even one committee, then you are, and we can ask our lobbyists to affirm my assumption, please, to ask one of them to come up and at this point, if you have not even passed one committee, what is your chance of going through? Can one of our lobbyists answer that?
Madam Chair, Dan Weeks, the contract lobbyist. If a bill hasn't passed its first committee by this time, then it's probably dead. But it depends on which bill it is and which committees we're talking about. And at this point in the session, there are a lot of bills that get consolidated into an omnibus bill. So for example, there are several tax bills that may have only passed one committee, but they're getting assembled into an omnibus bill, which will move very quickly toward the end of the session after the budget amounts are determined and we figure out how much money's left in the revenue stream to actually pay for the cost of the tax bills. So you really can't say, I guess in general terms, if it hasn't passed one committee, it's really got a big mountain to climb in the next 9 days, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's not going to pass. It's a dynamic situation.
Yes.
And in a short session, the first committee that it goes through is rules or the committee on the Senate side to make sure or to make a determination as to whether it's germane. So it may have passed those two committees, but a substantive committee may not have heard it yet.
Thank you. If I can, I will just say that, so I guess looking at this, I think there's quite a few that did not even get germaneness. So I don't think they would be worth talking about because they will not move. They're not germane in this session. And then from the ones that are left, are any of our lobbyists working to get them into omnibuses or into other ways that we might be able to insert these in other bills or budgets? Or if there's any analysis from our other, Matt or Randy or Lard, I see you on. Okay, so yeah, the commission, is there other, so with that said, if there, of the ones that are remaining, it feels like we can go through those. if you want to still read through the ones that have gotten for that chance that they might be making it to an omnibus or governor's special rocket.
So may I just
Madam-
share? Oh, I'm
Yes.
sorry. Go ahead, Matt. And then this is Cindy. I want to just weigh in on process because maybe just let me just take a moment to give context, and then Matt, I'll turn it over to you. You all may recall that we are trying something new, and we put this on for every week during the session because the session is an hour this year, so that we were able to give you information on a timely basis about what was happening. On any of these bills, what I was hoping we would be able to do is if there's any of these bills that you feel really strongly about, that you do want us to chime in on, that's really what I hoped we would do page by page, because I do think we have to prioritize our time. There's not much I mean, they're really moving fast now. So that was my recommendation about maybe how we proceed tonight. I think the point you're raising, Chair, is right, that, and also what Dan said about some of these bills are really not moving anywhere. The one benefit for us, just hearing what your priorities are, is since we don't have much time, it would give us the ability to share with our lobbyist team what we would like to focus on, if anything. So.
Thank you for that
Yeah.
clarity.
And
Madam
then,
Chair?
Matt, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Matt can go, and then Commissioner Oliva.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, I would say any bill that is still in Senate committee or House Rules Committee that hasn't had a hearing outside of those two committees, it would be safe to remove them from the list. As the Senate committee, I believe Monday had the last of the bills with the governor's message attached to them. And same with the House Rules Committee. So any of them that have an HRC designation on the committee or a SCC designation as its current location, pretty safe to remove those from the list.
Matt, I guess I'll let Commissioner leave us, but I guess I'd rather, because these aren't very clear in that, if there are ones that you feel are viable at this point, could you do that for us? But I'll let Commissioner leave us first ask his question.
So I'm going to make a suggestion for this. So I actually have a list that I passed out on the dais of other bills that I am following, and I'm following a lot of bills pretty closely. These bills are moving, or almost every one of them. So for example, the STOP Act, which is assault weapons, that is moving. It is passed through the Senate. The Clear Horizons bill, that is moving. Fees on registered pet food, which also funds spay and neuter programs. So anyway, I have this list that are moving solidly: State Fairgrounds District Bonds, Microgrid Oversight Act. So I was just going to suggest, so I've got that list that I'd like us to consider. Probably I'm suggesting just adopt as support the ones that are on there. And then I would suggest maybe to the rest of us up here and to the staff, if there are ones in this spreadsheet that we feel strongly that we need a position on, or the staff feels like, hey, we really think that we could help push this over the line here, then maybe that would help us move along more quickly so we don't have to go through every one of them, but we can get the ones that we need.
Okay, this is a big deal, correct? Because I think of the list, yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Barbara Baca.
Well, the confusion I see is that, I mean, I don't have my finger, on the pulse of this mountain of information that's before us right here to vote on supporting one or not the other. And so to me, this is, I'm concerned about voting on something to direct you all to move forward on, to lobby for us in a nanosecond right now. And so I look at it more as an informational document to us, that this is what our lobbyists, who we trust and we are working with on those items that are, important to us, or that we have a senator that we're talking with because we know them and they're sharing this information with us. But I don't, as a whole, I see this as more of an informational document to us, and that we're advising you all to move forward in the best interest of the county. But I have a hard time trying to identify, row 9 that is SB 182, as opposed to another row. and that's what I felt 2 weeks ago when we were also looking at this. It was to me, it's more informational than asking us to look at each individual bill and saying, yes, prioritize this, or no, do not. I mean, I know you're saying, County Manager, that we're trying something new.
No,
And
this is
a little confusing to me.
This is in response to direction you gave us as a commission. You wanted to be this engaged, and so we were trying, and so what I meant by trying something new is that in the past, and I think prior to me coming here, there was a lot more thematic, go for it. We've now come back to you. When I started, you gave me feedback and direction that you wanted much more, as a commission, much more certainty and specificity with giving us direction, which is why we brought the, why we came back with the original grid and all of that. And then furthermore, you wanted us to be able to check in with you. And as a matter of fact, it was even suggested we do a subcommittee so that we could do that. So what I mean by trying something new is we're trying to be responsive to what you want, but whatever the commission wants, we're really comfortable with, really. That's all.
If I may, because I think I was one of the people that definitely want to be more involved, and my previous concern, which I know Commissioner Olivas also had different concerns than I did, or different needs. But my previous concern is that there was decisions being made that do impact the county, either in a negative or a positive way. And those decisions were being made on how we support them or not without commission. And in my opinion, there was I had some big opinions on some of the ways that were being made about, especially on MDC or other things that we were involved in, or that is moving fast and that we weren't brought to us, or at least even aware of. And those decisions to support or deny those bills were, and then I think Commissioner Olivas had additional issues with how we were getting informed. But when we came back, and I think I mentioned this again, and I feel even more clear, is that yes, I think our lobbyists should have the ability and responsibility and freedom to say, like, these are the bills that are impacting the county in a negative or positive way, impact the work we do, whether it's because they're passing a tax and it's going to mean that we have to pay less on the way we provide treatment in our programs, or that our jails are going to have more money, or that a tax is going to mean we have something. So if it means that it's going to impact the county, then yes, we should be making moves on it. But on good or bad issues, no, I don't think that. I have a great healthcare bill right now that I think we should all support, because it's healthcare for everyone. But I don't think this commission should be putting in support for that or not. It should only putting in and focusing our efforts through our lobbyists' recommendations on things that are impacting the county in any direction, that will have direct impact on the county, and only those things. If we want to take on issues or bills that are really good for our climate and other things that don't have a direct impact on the county, then we can do those as individual legislators and attend those in our own, as individual commissioners in our own right.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
So I think for me, this just speaks, I've said this before to my colleagues, and it just speaks to the need that we do need a subcommittee. The city of Albuquerque uses the IGA, which is the city administration, the lobbyists, and the council in a smaller format. This is just not productive for all of us here at 9:30 at night on the last week of the legislature to be deciding, do we want to support this bill or that bill? I have a number of bills that I want us to support, and I think do directly impact the work we do here at the county. But this venue, after 5 hours of meeting before it, may not be the right venue. And I really think if we had a strong subcommittee of this board that was meeting weekly with management, whatever that looks like, and meeting with lobbyists weekly during the session, not weekly all the time, we could act in a more agile way. We could have more detailed discussions about, hey, Mr. Weeks, tell me about SB 38 and the fees on pet food and what that means for the county and the impacts of that. I mean, we could spend 10 minutes on each one of these bills right here, right now, and then have more discussion on it. And this is just, I think we've got to get more agile about this, and this is just not the forum for it. It's just, there's just too much here. meaning the whole board, the whole meeting, and trying to throw this into that mix. And so that's what the city does, and it works pretty well. And I do think that we need to be perhaps a little bit more active in future legislative sessions up there. I'm not saying we aren't, but I watch a lot of committee hearings. That's why I know what's going on with all these things. We never testify on anything. The only bill that I saw us testify on was the SB 38, where we had Director Goodman from Animal Care speak to that. And I was very proud of her testimony and grateful for that. But we are not involved on these one way or another. I see the city of Albuquerque frequently represented by their lobbyists in those hearings. I see other cities, city managers, county managers, lobbyists representing those groups, very engaged. And, you know, we all sat in the room with the governor last year when she said, "You guys are your best lobbyists." And I think that was accurate advice, that we are the best lobbyists, and us jumping in and taking positions on things, kind of conflicting from what I said in the last item, but we're elected to do that. We need to take positions on things and decide if it's going to be good or bad for our county and the work we're doing here. So, I mean, that probably means we don't take any action on any of these tonight because it's kind of too little too late. But I think we really need to fix the process going forward. And Mr. Weeks, I don't know if you want to say anything.
Madam Chair and members, we are taking actions and we are lobbying either directly and making testimony in committee, or we're just doing things behind the scenes, which is sometimes better and more effective. The list that you handed out, we're being very active in most of these. You know, and we have a broad spectrum of lobbyists that have a broad spectrum of expertise. And we're covering criminal justice, we're calling human services and medicine and all of these different things. And so, you know, this is a pretty decent list. And I say, you know, 3/4 of these bills we've already started lobbying on. Some of them are dead, like land grant Merced. Didn't get it's not germane, and it was ruled such. So, I mean, this is a good list. And almost more importantly is we're following the budget, because what's happening is they're stripping the appropriations from all the appropriations bills, putting them in the budget in different sections, and then hoping that the bill passes. And a lot of the language will say the appropriation in XYZ is contingent on the passage and enactment of Bill XYZ. And so we have to follow them on different tracks. And fortunately, we can focus more on bills now because the budget's basically done. It's in Senate Judiciary and Senate Finance, and it'll change. But capital outlay is done. We should have a spreadsheet in a couple days. The grow money's done. Should have a spreadsheet in the next couple days. And it will ease, when those big bills move, it'll ease our burden, and we can focus more on these priority items that you all have already identified. And we do have a resolution that you support, and some of it's specific and some of it's general. And so I guess we have to sort of rely on the judgment and expertise of the lobby team to get in there and push here. And if you have things that you really want that you don't think are moving, that you want to have moved, you can always pick up the phone, call us, or have the county manager call us and give us direction. That happened yesterday on a housing tax bill. So I think we're in not bad shape, but I do agree the process is cumbersome in the way it's set up right now.
And Mr. Weeks, to be clear, I wasn't trying to say that you guys aren't doing anything. I'm just saying I'm not seeing and again, yeah, a lot of lobbying happens behind the scenes, probably the more effective lobbying.
All of it does.
So agreed, that's true. But I'm a little concerned if because the way the process works, the way our ordinance is written about what we can do as individual commissioners, you know, I do have a really good relationship with you. I like being able to ask you what's going on with this bill or that bill, or what do you think's happening. But the framework that we have set out, we are not in a position as individuals to be asking the manager or you or any of our lobbyists directly, hey, I want you to go lobby in favor of the Microgrid Oversight Act. That has to come from from some form of authority on this board and this county, and it can't come from one of us. And so if we are doing that right now, that's a problem. And then, but we need to figure out some way to do that in an agile way. So anyway, that's my point.
If I may,
I mean,
Madam Chair.
I want to make a quick comment because that was my original problem, right? Is that but I also understand that things move so fast unless somebody has the full opportunity to be on a, every couple of days kind of call. I mean, for my work, which is a lot less than what the whole county is asking for, we do once a week, 30-minute, quick, rapid. Here's what's going, here's what's moving, here's what's not moving. This is a new thing that popped up that impacts the county and keep moving. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think we can do like a approval or a vote for every single thing that moves that would impact the county. So anyways, do we have direction? Whose bill is this? Oh, did you want to go, Vice Chair?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I agree with you. We just can't, we can't move on the devil's in the details in two respects. Number one, we're dealing with a 60-day session. I mean, these things move so fast. A 60-day session, the process may be a little bit more practical, that we actually have time to meet, whether it's in a working session, whether it's a regular board meeting or a subcommittee or whatever. A 60-day session, things move so fast. And secondly, with any of these bills, and I always commend, Commissioner Olivas for his, his dedication and digging into some of these bills and reading. I read a couple of weeks ago, and the devil's in the detail on the bills. I mean, the bill title may sound very good, but you get into the detail, may do exactly the opposite of what you think. And I've had that experience when I worked in a state agency where, the title was often very misleading. I see County Attorney Martinez, who may have had some experience with that, I don't know, nodding. So I think it's a dangerous thing to get into, just sort of on the fly saying we're going to support this or oppose this. But I also, and I can't remember who said it, but I think it was the Madam Chair, is that it would be of concern to me as well that we are advocating for or against something, in the name of the county without some knowledge or approval. I don't know if I want to say consent, but some process, But I just want to clarify with, Commissioner Olivas, you're more familiar with the ordinance than I am, but it's not going to prohibit you or I from personally lobbying. It's just prohibiting us from requesting our lobbyists to, is what you're saying. So I get that. And I agree at this point in time. I appreciate this work. I mean, I appreciate this list just to know what's going on there. And I appreciate your list as well to know these bills are, in the hopper. And then I can maybe look at them and decide that maybe I want to get on the phone or whatever, or maybe not. But I also agree that, as Commissioner Barbach said, that this is kind of informational at this point in time. I don't think we're in a position, at least I'm not, to advocate for any of these, not knowing anything about these bills other than the title.
Thank you. And I think what I'm hearing is that we're saying, okay, this is great for information for all of us to know, even present additional information that we may know, and to hear from our lobbyists, a great update. So I think that would have been good for today to hear what has gotten through and what may be still pending. But I think with all as we're trying to continue to build a better process for the county and how we do this. And do you want to close us out, Kathy Court? I don't think you're asking for a motion or anything, right?
I'll defer to County Manager. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and thank you for the discussion. This is good feedback, and we'll think about it as we both end this session, but as we think about future steps relative to the next session. So with that, I do want to just say to Kathy and to our lobbying team, just thank you. I know this is a ton of work, and I know Commissioner, or Chair Barboa, I know you were in 4 different places today. I did just want to wrap up by saying today was Burn Co Day, so if you have a chance to say thank you to Representative Romero or Senator Padilla, they took a lot of, and the Speaker and the Pro Tem, just say thank you to them. They made us very, very welcome today. And we gave them 400 or 200 bags 200 bags. But the thing I will just say that was reinforced for me is that if we ever go again to the legislature without sheep in hand, we will lose a lot of votes. They were very excited about us being able to present our namesake. So thank you.
You're learning. Just kidding. Yes, the sheep. I love our sheep. Everybody loves our sheep everywhere we go. Okay, great. Thank you, Kathy Cord. Thank you to our lobbyists. Keep up the good work. 9 days left. How many days did they say? Yeah, thank you. Okay, I'm now trying to find my place. Okay, so thank you. On to item C, fleet and facilities. This is my item. Is this correct? Julie, sorry, item 3A, move to approvals. Okay, so my motion, I will open this up. We, if you remember the Ponderosa Place that we are so very proud of, and excited to increase transitional housing for folks on the in-between. It has had, and we purchased that and got this, we're moving along. And it's had some damage too, and I'll let others explain that. But this motion is to authorize the county manager to award the emergency procurement purchases, any agreements to various contractors to complete the work and renovations at Ponderosa Place, and authorize the county manager to execute any amendments, future funding amendments, subsequent agreements, and/or change orders in the agreements. And I'll just close and ask for a second to this motion. And to say that, you know, the work that you all went there, I hope if you didn't, it's absolutely beautiful. Sarah Spain, Dr. Lindstrom, the whole team there has done an incredible job of making a beautiful, welcoming space that people, I hope you saw the video, news coverage is really working. And this is beyond our control. There was, I'll let somebody else explain the damage, or if there's any questions, but I have a motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair.
Yes, thank you. I would like to hear from staff. I understand things come up. I'm concerned about this, and I'm very concerned about this, and I think it's happened before, over the years, before any of us were here in this, management position. And, just leave it at that. And, this is a lot of money for unintended expense that we bring to us for an emergency basis that's in our fund to be used, but something that I think could have been, and I don't want to beat that dead horse. It is what it is. It's over. I'm going to support that, obviously. But, I do see projects, and just with my very limited experience in probably if I have any expertise in real estate is managing old buildings, because I inherited some and I bought some, and what I know is the difference between occupied and unoccupied building is significant. If it is occupied, it's being used. It is a very different. I spoke to a contractor friend of mine I spent a couple of hours with on a tour and went through that with him, and he said, "You're right, Frank. There are inspections and inspectors available. There's process available, and when something is occupied, you have a certain degree of assurance that it is being maintained to a certain extent, and with exceptions, but you can go in and talk to people. When something is unoccupied, which I believe this was before we purchased, you have no idea what was going on in there, and you don't know until you open up the wall. You don't know until you get people there to turn on the faucets. I don't know how, and they tell me there are inspectors, there are process, but I think this is a concern for me. It has been in the past when, just as an observer watching county government, it continues to be a concern for me, and going forward, it's going to be a big concern. We're talking about building, for example, Union Square, that I've heard, and I know I heard this, that there was questions about the viability of the foundation. I know I heard this in one of these meetings. I know I heard that. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if they've been further research to determine that it is stable and viable, but I've heard that raised as an issue. The county clerk's building, that we're looking at a purchase of an animal care facility, and I am happy to see, and I think that was on tonight's consent agenda, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe I'm wrong, that that we are hiring a company to go out and evaluate all our businesses, all our properties, and we're paying about $500,000 for that, which is a good expenditure. But this really does concern me and the way it happened. Again, just leave it at that. I personally hope that we don't see this type of thing again. And again, it goes back to, and maybe I'm wrong, but I believe this building was not occupied by people, what I understand. And if I'm wrong, please correct me. But it was what I was told, it was unoccupied. And then we brought in people, not tenants, but people. And even if it was occupied, obviously the thoroughness of our investigation and inspection is lacking. That is not arguable. If there were people occasionally renting these rooms, and you think about some of the hotels on the west side that have been rented that were just absolutely dilapidated and just needed to be demolished. So anyway, I just said that because I'm just concerned about it, and I just hope personally, from my perspective, we don't see this type of situation again. Thank you.
Yes, let me just start by saying, through the chair and to the vice chair, I could not agree with you more. And let me say a couple of just very high-level things. One is, as a staff, as a team, we have a philosophy, and the philosophy is that when we make a mistake, we own it. And we made some mistakes in our process in terms of how we purchased this building and where we are today, without question. Second, that we learn from our mistakes. And we are in the process now of making significant changes to the way we make purchases and how we evaluate, and even as a team, how our cross-sector teams work together and do a much, much better job of communicating. And let me just say kind of high level, the philosophy is we learn, we're going to make mistakes, we learn from our mistakes, and we learn from our successes. We don't rest on our laurels. Second, that we take accountability, and I'm taking accountability for everything you said, 100%. And then the last thing is that we drive the change we need to see in the organization based on learning. And so this is one very significant issue. We have them all the time where we do after action reports, evaluate them, and better understand how to organize ourselves so that we are not making these kinds of mistakes again. We understand that we have an obligation when we're using public money to be exceptional in our stewardship. And in this instance, we were not exceptional. Now, we were exceptional in our intent. This has been new for us, and we're moving in a new direction, truly, in terms of even purchasing this type of building. But all that said, what I have absolute confidence in is that this staff is going to start performing even better than they're doing today. And, to tell you the truth, one of the challenges with being in public life, as you all know, is your successes are kind of muted. Your failures are very pronounced. So our goal is to have fewer failures and much more effectiveness and success. And I'll just wrap up before I let the staff talk about this in one regard. In addition to being guardians of our commonwealth as a community, we are also obligated to put every effort we can into serving the people that you've told us to serve. And in this instance, it's families with children. We understand, and the staff is taking very seriously, that we need to move swiftly, directly, and because the nature of the need is so profound in our community that weighs heavily on us, and I know it weighs heavily on you. And you were bold in telling us to go forth, and we're going to be able to over and over again, I hope, demonstrate that we're worthy of that trust by acknowledging, in fact, and I'll say this again, we made some mistakes. We're remedying those mistakes. Part of the staff bringing this forward is so that we can move quickly and make sure that we're putting ourselves back together so we can make sure that we can really support those families that you've asked us to support. So I'm going to let them give a high level, and then we'll respond to questions.
Thank you.
Your mic.
There
you go.
Okay. Madam Chair, Commissioners, Jared DeVette, Director of Fleet and Facilities for Bernalillo County. We did identify some life safety system deficiencies in this building after occupancy. stuff that wasn't necessarily identified upon initial inspection. We have a high standard in our life safety systems. A system that may have been inspected in the past doesn't pass our inspection currently. We could replace it piecemeal, one piece at a time, but we'd prefer to do it all at once. That's the intent here of this emergency procurement. We also identified some electrical and plumbing upgrades that were needed in order to provide additional amenities to the occupants, namely laundry service. It wasn't set up to do that in the past as sufficiently as we'd like it to now. So we're going to make some upgrades there as well. And we have security and access control needs just to secure the site. Emergency procurement is going to let us do this without the lengthy process of a bid. And that's why we're coming to you in this form.
Thank you. I'd like to, did you want to say something, Elias?
Madam Chair and Commissioners, one thing that we would like to add that was a development as of today regarding the access and the safety to the site is the back portion of the hotel, the portion that's between the hotel and the freeway currently sits in DOT, like remnant DOT right of way from back when they widened the I-40. We've reached out to the DOT and as of this afternoon, they've given verbal approval to help us expedite the turnover of that property to us, whether it's a purchase on our part or simple donation on their part. They think, yeah, they're leaning towards that. They want to go through the process to get there, but they're actually committed to help us expedite this through their transportation commission and turn it over. And we're seeking an encroachment agreement in the meantime so we can begin erecting the fence and start blocking access to on that site.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Archuleta. I want to make a quick comment just in response to Commissioner Baca. I hear you loud and clear, and thank you, County Manager Chavez, for taking responsibility. I also just, I really appreciate it, and these are a lot of things. There's a really hard way to understand what to do when we're in a crisis, and we are in a crisis. And the new building, the North Campus Crisis Triage Center, which was also millions of dollars, is not doing what we were all told it was going to do, which was to be able to get some of those severe mentally ill folks and treat them with their multiple dual diagnosis or whatever the large need they have. So whether a new building or an old building, I think we're moving as fast as we can to try and serve the crisis right now. And so I guess I just want to make sure that and if I would encourage that once it's done, you can feel going through that place. And I think Sarah Spain has a lot to do with how well you can feel the energy in that area. And there was other legislators and decision makers that were really there and impressed and wanting to invest and wanting to commit their capital dollars. I don't know if we reached out to them for renovations, but there was I would love to hear other alternative solutions, because I think it's what we have as options in front of us right now is to move forward for this. So and it's what other states are doing. It's what folks are doing. So it is what we've asked for. We did approve the purchase. And so I guess I just want to say, and I think this further investment is huge. These are numbers I would have never thought of before. And it seems really crazy, but I think the investment into the future is also important. And if it means to me, maybe I'm just thinking of the gold lining or the silver lining, but if that building was already unoccupied, nobody's buying it, the roof was crumbling, I think it would have, the location, it would probably stayed an abandoned building for quite some time, or a nuisance because it couldn't afford to fix its own place. So anyways, those are just comments I want to make sure that we're also considering when thinking about, and what are the solutions, what are all our alternatives to offer in this time as we're also trying to mend and fix a crisis. So I move, can I get a second for approval of this?
Second.
Thank you. Can any discussion? We already had a lot. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Benson?
I think we lost him.
Did we lose him? Commissioner Barbara Baca?
Yes.
Vice Chair Frank Baca.
Yes.
Madam Chair Barboa.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for the great discussion all night tonight. So announcement of the next commission meeting, Wednesday, February 25th, 2026, Board of Finance meeting at 4 p.m. here in Ken Sanchez Chambers. And Wednesday, February 25th, 2026 is our administrative meeting at 5 p.m. in Ken Sanchez Commission Chambers. There's no other business. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you all.